and making our efforts, more effective. And I hope that all 3 days you will be enjoying the intellectual feast, and we will all go back rejuvenated. Thank you and welcome once again.
Thank you, Professor Chatterjee. This marks the end of the inaugural session. We will break for a short while for 15-minute break for tea, and after that we will start our first technical session.
Hello, hello.
Welcome to the first academic session of this seminar. It is the annual seminar, 22nd seminar of Calcutta Logic Circle, jointly organized with Ramakrishna Mission College and Narendrapur. So we have in this session we have four speakers. So I think all the talks you will enjoy. That is for sure. I know the speakers, so I know that they will speak very well, and you will all enjoy the talks. And it is a very good beginning also from the standpoint of this seminar that we are starting with philosophy. So our first speaker is Professor Amita Chatterjee. Professor Chatterjee retired as a professor of philosophy from Jadavpur University and is now an emeritus professor of School of Cognitive Science, Jadavpur University. You already know, already heard that she was the first Vice Chancellor of Presidency University. Besides this, she is internationally recognized philosopher connected with the European logic, European Society for Logic or something like that, and also connected with Indian Council of Philosophical Research. She was editor of the journal. There are lots of things you will get in the internet. So without spending much time on that, let us hear Professor Chatterjee. Please.
This session, as you realize, is dedicated to philosophy of logic and or philosophical logic. And all the speakers here in this session are from philosophy background. And today, thank you, Monica. So what is the time when I'm supposed to stop? This session is for how much? How long?
1 hour with including discussion.
Okay. So now it is 5 to 12. Okay, I will try to finish. Oh, sorry, 5 to 11. So by 11:30, I will try to finish. So you'll have to be a bit patient because, I think, after talking for 5 minutes, my voice will be okay. And for a change, I'm not going to take up the mantle of a logician. I'm going to speak as a philosopher, and I want to take you back to almost closed chapter of history of logic, because people have thought that after the intervention of Frege, Gottlob Frege, and Edmund Husserl, the bogey of psychologism have been put to rest forever. But we know that with the advent of cognitive science, once again, some of the problems which were not solved by Frege or Husserl have raised their heads once again, especially when cognitive scientists, cognitive philosophers, and psychologists try to look at the nature of logical cognition. They actually have tried to find out that how actually a human mind grasps logical cognition. That is something which was not settled even after, say, Fregean and Husserlian discourses on this particular topic. And this is very closely related with the concept of, or the relation between psychology and logic. And we can say that John Stuart Mill, actually, even though he had been quite ambivalent about the relationship of logic and psychology, sometimes it appeared that he considered logic as a part of psychology, and sometimes it appeared that he tried to dissociate these two. But majority of his writings in this area, actually, we find that psychologistic in nature. And Frege and Husserl, say, mainly responded to the psychologism which was talked about by Mill in his System of Logic, which was published in 1843. And so it was a hot topic till the second half of the 20th century. And after that, we have stopped discussing about it. But once again, I need to go back to that area and look how Mill actually supported the theory that logic is a part of psychology. Why did he think so? And how Frege and Husserl refuted this position, and what light actually this discussion throws on the nature of logical truth. Because we know that whenever we start studying logic, logic is said to be a science and also the art of reasoning, which is guided by the norm of truth. So, truth is a topic which actually occupies the center stage of the discussions in philosophy of logic. So, excursion into Fregean and Husserlian exegesis will give us some insight into the idea of logical truth. So what is meant by psychologism? That psychologism is said to be the thesis where it has been said that logical ideas are intimately connected with psychology, because logic actually inquires into the nature of truth as expressed through human reasoning. And when they analyze human reasoning, have to fall back on psychology. And that is why, thought that logic is a part of psychology. But most of the, say, later analytic philosophers, and also in the area of philosophy of science, researchers, they fought a lot to demolish this thesis, and the anti-psychological move of Frege and Husserl have occupied a very important position in their development of thought. And what is the problem if we think that logical truth actually comes within the purview of psychology? Firstly, we know that psychology has been considered as a descriptive science, whereas logic is normative in nature. And there are philosophers who actually tried to bring this, both the descriptive and the normative, within the same frame. And those philosophers are known as naturalists. And so psychologism was very closely connected with, say, naturalistic development of philosophy. And so anti-psychologists naturally were closely related to, say, anti-naturalists. And naturalism is a philosophy, as I said, that where there is no distinction, or distinction is not maintained between descriptive and normative. And therefore, when they analyze the processes of thought, we find they always fall back on causal explanation. So, but causation, never gives us apodictic certainty, which logic, especially formal logic, had given us. And causation, law of causation, that is something which, according to Mill, was to be grasped through the principle of induction, and induction will never take us to anything which is necessary in nature, even though when we are talking about universal generalizations within inductive logic, their truth value can be at the most probabilistic, but never apodictically certain. And so there is this problem that how to retain the self-evident nature of logical laws, and also their certainty and universality within the framework of a descriptive enterprise. And that is why, logic and psychology, when logic was tried to brought within the purview of psychology, philosophers, especially of logicist disposition, they were quite perturbed, quite disturbed, and therefore we find in the Frege-Russell tradition as well as in early Husserl, there are plenty of arguments against this kind of psychologistic position. So, and as I said that their opponent was J.S. Mill, so why did Mill think that logic is a part of psychology? In the first place, Mill thought that logic deals with what? Logic deals with human reasoning, and Mill actually distinguished into two aspects of logic. One he called the science of reasoning, and the other the art of reasoning. And science of reasoning, according to Mill, was a, say, descriptive endeavor, a descriptive science, descriptive discipline. On the other hand, the art of reasoning, which is guided by the rules of, say, rational mind, or rules which incorporate the structural features of a rational mind, that is not, say, necessarily descriptive. And according to Mill, you know, every normative discipline has to have a descriptive basis. Every ought is to be grounded in ease. And to Mill, what is the ground of this normative logic? According to Mill, this is the descriptive scientific reasoning. And when he talked about descriptive scientific reasoning, he actually wanted us to inquire into our thinking process. How does natural mind comes to a conclusion, and analysis of a thinking process that is done in psychology. Therefore, logic is part of psychology. This is the first thing that Mill wanted to establish. Secondly, Mill also said that in logic, we are guided by certain laws of thought, which are called laws of thought. And these are, say, laws of identity, laws of non-contradiction, laws of excluded middle, and according to Mill, these are all derived from our experience. Say, for example, law of non-contradiction, Mill said that in our experience, we have come across that state of belief and state of disbelief cannot be held together. One proposition in which we believe at T, we cannot believe that at the same time. And so, you know, from this, actually, by generalizing on our experience, we have come to these ideas of laws of thought, especially these three laws which form the basis of logic. So, if laws of thought are derived from experience, and Mill also said that it is justified by experience. Why? Because whether they are valid or not, that is to be examined by looking at evidences, and evidences are all experiential. Therefore, not only the origin of logical truths or logical laws are empirical, but their justification is also empirical. And therefore, we must say that a part of logic at least, comes within the purview of the descriptive analysis, and that is nothing but psychology. And as I have said, that he thought that every ought is dependent on is. If somebody thinks that A ought to be B, then at the basis of that, there must be a thought that A, which is not B, is bad or is unacceptable. And that is why we say that A ought to be B. And therefore, this ought is dependent on is. And in case of logic, this normative science of logic, that is dependent on the descriptive science of human reasoning. And third argument that we find in Mill is this, that whenever, somebody entertains some thought, or whenever we are talking about, say, logical thinking, there must be a rational being. The content of mind of that being actually contains that logical thought. So, logically speaking, we can actually formulate it in two ways. In the strong sense, this will imply that necessarily for all x, if x is a logical proposition, then there exists a y such that y is a human being and y thinks x. And here we find that actually Fregean intervention starts, because Frege doesn't think that whenever y thinks x, x is necessarily the content of one's mind, or x is necessarily a psychological item or psychological entity. And that is why we find that in this analytical tradition, there has been this distinction between object and content. And by depending on this distinction between object and content, one may say that it is formulated by saying that necessarily for all x, if x is a logical proposition, then there exists an y such that y is a human being and x is a content of y's mind. If x is an object of y's thought, then it will not necessarily lead to psychologism. So this is, we can say, one formulation where we find that logic gets related to psychology. And there is another weaker formulation where it is said that for all x, if x is a logical proposition, then possibly there exists a y such that y is a rational thinker and y thinks x. So here we find that the anthropologism, reference to humankind's, which were a part of the formulation of this psychologistic thesis, has been given up, and we are talking in terms of a rational thinker. And the rational thinkers, it is not need to be, there need not be a rational being present all the time, but it will be sufficient if that can be. So it actually, they are exploiting the structural property of rationality, and they are saying that only if this Y is what Y thinks is rationally justifiable or rationally deducible, then we can say that it is a logical proposition, and we need not base our theory on the existence of an actual thinker whose mind is active while somebody is grasping, or that person is grasping the logical truth. So this we can say is a weaker formulation, because here actually it uses a structural concept of a rational thinker and is not presupposing the existence of an actual rational human being through his thought, logical laws are being grasped. And Frege and Husserl actually tried to point out that when X thinks or Y thinks X, X need not be a content of Y's mind. It may refer to object as well, which is the objective counterpart of one's thought. So it need not be a psychological item, and therefore logic is necessarily not a part of psychology. As you know that according to Frege, the meanings or sense, that is something which is neither subjective nor objective, but he thinks that meanings are inhabitants of a third realm, and therefore it is free from subjectivism as well as objectivism. And that leads them to also conclude that whatever is subjective need not be psychological. And therefore they tried to, lay psychological bogey of psychologism at rest through this kind of argument. The next we find that Mill said that logical truths or logical thought, they are also based on experience. But both Frege and Husserl wanted to keep the idea of truth secure from the intrusions of psychology, and they said that truth is something which is universal. Truth is not something which is true for some X or Y, but truth is something which is true for everybody, and therefore Frege said that true should not be identified with taken to be true. But those who offer naturalism and psychologism, those who want to understand the nature of logical truth by looking at the way how those logical truths are grasped, they always identify true with taken to be true. So Frege is against this kind of identification. Husserl too was against this kind of identification, because Husserl thought that this kind of identification will lead to some kind of contradiction, because truth is being defined as something universal, but when we are saying that true is to be identified with taken to be true, then we find that it is at the same time both universal and relative, and that is not possible. And therefore, they said that, actually Frege said that truth is independent of human judgment, and we cannot relativize truth. And Husserl said that when we are talking about, say, logical truth or true statements, we will have to be, we will have to understand that our truth itself is timeless. It is always above time. It makes no sense to attribute temporal being to truth. He says that, say, if it is true that it is raining in Calcutta at time t1, then this truth itself does not occur in time. The truth is always timeless. And timelessness of this character of truth will make, any assertion regarding truth in terms of time relativistic, and that will make the psychologistic theory of truth completely absurd. And so we find that both to Frege and to Husserl, both meaning and truth can be shown as ideal, timeless entities and not real things individuated by time or mental life of a person. And that is why, Husserl and Frege, both of them tried to refute psychologism through this root of truth, and said that whatever logical truth may be, that its content is objective and also it is atemporal. Actually, there is a controversy whether these truths like logical truth are atemporal or omnitemporal. We find that both Husserl and Frege, they are for atemporality of logical truths rather than omnitemporality. And the third argument was says about this ought resting on ease, and that is why, normative logic always resting on psychology. That was Mill's thesis, but Frege showed that normative logic presupposes pure logic, which is a formal exercise, and therefore it need not be a part of psychology at all. Then we find that they have offered many arguments why, logic should not be brought under the purview of psychology. First argument that we find in both in Frege and Husserl is this, that empirical laws, they are, say, or laws of an empirical science, this is not exact, and being inductively established, they can be at best probabilistic, and they can be, since dependent on experience, they can be vitiated by vagueness too. But logical laws, in contrast, are exact. And therefore, just a minute, sorry, I will switch off my phone. So, logical laws are exact, and therefore logical laws cannot be dependent on our experience. And it has also been established that laws about truths are all logical laws, but truths are not facts. Truths are timeless entities, and therefore, they are a priori, and they are characterized by certainty, which actually we can have some logical or rational insight, or through linguistic analysis, but never through our experience or empirical investigation. Another argument that we found was this, that principles of logic that were derived from our experience, and Husserl and Frege both pointed out that actually we need not bring into consideration while explaining the law of contradiction our incapacity to entertain contradictory beliefs. And if we do not introduce the notion of belief at all, we need not go back to psychologism. And therefore, it is sufficient if we say that law of contradiction is derived from our understanding that certain propositions cannot both be true at the same time, and that will suffice for our understanding of the law of contradiction. We need not fall back on psychological processes or psychological entities. And so, with these arguments, we find that Husserl and Frege thought that they have really solved the problem of psychologism, and logical truth has to be taken in the sense of absolute truth, and in the later formulation we have found that they are depending on the structural notion of rationality, and there we need not even bring into the notion of the existence of a rational being, and therefore there is no chance of logic being reduced to some part of psychology. So we find that they were, both Frege and Russell offered certain arguments which were, dependent on the nature of truth, their understanding of the nature of truth, their understanding of the nature of meaning, and also their understanding of the nature of logic itself. But we find that one problem still remains unsettled, that it appears as if that in our consciousness there is a sort of bifurcation. One part of our consciousness that is able to grasp the empirical evidence, and that deals with, say, empirical meaning and ideas and things like that. But we find that meaning and truth and everything are ideal according to Husserl and Frege, and therefore the consciousness by which we understand the we understand the certainty of logical truth and logical ideas, that is something different from the consciousness that deals with or linked to our empirical understanding and observations. And our empirical understanding and observation can never reach that logical certainty, that self-evident nature, that intuition that is completely different. And therefore, the question remains that how does one bring together these two sides of consciousness, or how does one actually grasp the notion of logical truth? Even if we grant that the characteristic features that had been ascribed to logical truth by Frege and Husserl are absolutely correct, still we do not know that how we arrive at this truth, at these truths, and how human mind grasps these issues. And people said that these are the questions that form outside of logic, and therefore logicians at least need not wreck their brains to find the answer to such questions. But still this remains an unanswered question, and we find that once again that has been raked up by the cognitive scientists and cognitive psychologists. Husserl and Frege said that when we are raising this question, there is always a confusion there. Most of the time we find that we are conflating the distinction between the knowledge of laws and the laws themselves. We are conflating the distinction between the rule of causality and the application of the law of causation. And that is why, it also results in conflation between normativity and descriptivity. And so these two things, they could never unanswered. And we know that there were subsequent phenomenologists like Heidegger and others who really wanted to or tried to answer these questions, and other logicians in the Heideggerian tradition, they have also, looked into these questions, which were not addressed by either Frege or Husserl. And that is why, as I said, that psychologism has not been really to rest. We once again have to go back to these arguments offered by Mill, Frege, and Husserl. Mill in favor of psychologism, and Husserl and Frege against psychologism, and that will help us not only to answer the unsolved or unanswered question which was left by them, but this will also give us new insights to proceed in new directions. Thank you. So I have finished my talk within 11:35, as I promised. That Nishad is raising his hand, I must say that both the discourses of Husserl and Frege are very much dependent on Kantian concept of truth and logic, which I have not actually talked about at all, because that would have taken me to another direction. But if you remember the distinction that Kant made between formal logic and transcendental logic, and the way Husserl distinguished between formal logic and transcendental logic, then you will be able to understand that how actually Kant is forming the basis of the entire discussion.
Yes. So, no, my question is very simple. So, which side of this debate do you stand on between psychologism and anti-psychologism in logic? Or do you think there is a way of reconciling this?
Actually, I think there should be a way of reconciling this. I have not yet, find out the way of reconciling, but there are arguments galore for both sides, as you know. But there must be a bridge, at least my insight as, say, a researcher in cognitive science tells me so, that there should be a bridge. But the efforts that has been made in the cognitive science, that has not taken us to this direction, because most of the time they are trying to find out the origin of logical laws in our neurobiological basis. And that is once again, I can say that they are presupposing the question that they are supposed to answer. And therefore the efforts that has been made has not been successful until and unless philosophers intervene in this area. It will be difficult to solve, because the scientists, they are looking at the problems once again, from this descriptive normative divide. But how to bridge this descriptive normative divide, that is an issue. Which transcendentalist, yes, we get certain insights of that, but there actually logic doesn't remain pure formal logic. And there, as Husserl has shown us, his concept of noema and his concept of intentionality, that might help us to build a bridge between these two sides. But we need to develop on that more from the logical perspective. Actually, that is where actually they are drawing the distinction between a priori notion of truth and a posteriori notion of truth, between, say, logical truth or the truth of formal logic. And so if you look at Frege and Husserl and others, they have always followed the syntactic route. And even in logic, what bothers me now, most of the time when we are talking about semantics, we are talking about algebraic semantics or semantics, some form of semantics, which is nothing but exercise in another syntactic exercise. It's not semantic in the sense that which is referring to truth which is out there. So this is not the issue that has been, handled by the formal logicians. And that has not been, and so when, say, Plato or Aristotle started the exercise of logic, their notion of truth was not purely syntactic, but the truth that we get through the exercise of logic. And we find that after development of formal logic, we are imposing an interpretation, and that interpretation may be totally a formal interpretation, and that need not be even a Tarskian thing. And that is why the question that you were raising, that whether we should at all be bothered by this question. That is answerable in this way, that we have always distinguished between, in this exercise of formal logic, between, formal part and the material part. Even though some of the interpreters of Frege and Husserl, they have said that only form will not suffice. We will have to look at the matter also. And that is why the syntactic route will not lead us to our end. We have to look into the material part and the truly semantic route, not the so-called semantics of which has been reflected in algebraic semantics, or semantics that are being used by, say, logicians and mathematicians.
Any question from non-philosophers? I just want to comment on this. In this look at one discussion by Professor Mohanty, where he tried to show, because you see, so far as Indian theories of inference are concerned, it's often said that they are affected by psychology. Professor Mohanty wanted to say that these rules that they evolve, they hold for everyone. So they are not subjective in that sense. When you say it's something is psychological, as if something is subjective, which may not be the same for everyone. But once you make them universal in that sense, that any normal human being would have those types of cognitions, then perhaps the spectre of psychologism does not affect us in the same way.
Yeah, actually, that's what I have hinted at, but I haven't developed, because when I said that, say, even objectivity can be construed within subjectivity, and subjective doesn't necessarily mean psychological. There is, something of subjectivity even beyond psychologism. So it doesn't exhaust in psychologism. And that is the view of Professor Mohanty. Of course, he has said specifically that psychologism is not the only element of subjectivity. Because when he is talking about, say, phenomenology, it is the objectivity is being construed within the framework of subjectivity. And therefore, what you are saying, I absolutely agree with you.
You see, if following Quine, one says that I refuse to draw a distinction between the necessary truth and contingent truth. Necessary truth is, so to say, it doesn't work out that way. Then also, many of the arguments of, say, Frege and Husserl won't hold.
Yes, that is another digression. I just don't want to, yes. And that is why, Professor Mohanty has remarked in his paper that even if Frege and Husserl could solve, logical psychologism or psychologism in respect to logic, truth and meaning, they really could not free themselves from the epistemological psychologism.
Okay, I'm sorry, we have to end at this session. So let us give a hand. Of this session is Dr. Nishad Patnaik. He is a faculty in the Department of Social Sciences and Humanities of Narendrapur University Institute of Information Technology, Delhi. He received his PhD in philosophy from the New School of Social Research in New York. He holds an MA in philosophy from the same place, as well as an MA and MPhil from Delhi University. Nishad's main areas of research are Kantian transcendental idealism and Husserlian phenomenology. Let us see what he speaks today. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a privilege and Ota? Stand up and speak. Thank you. It's an honor and privilege to be here, and I thank the organizers. It's also bittersweet for me because, I keep thinking of Professor Ranjan Mukhopadhyay, and although what I'm going to speak on, is not his area, but I'm sure we would have had a lot of debate and discussion after the talk, so I miss those conversations, but hopefully we can continue his legacy. So with that, the topic of my talk today is Husserl's recovery of a logic with sense content, formal apophantics and formal ontology. So formal apophantics and formal ontology were Husserl's terms in formal and transcendental logic, where he tried to kind of bridge the gap between logic and mathematics through this notion of judgment, right? I don't know if I'll get there, because to get there I have to go through logical investigations and his kind of anti-psychologistic solution, as it were, through the central concept, the logical investigations he wrote came out in 1901, and that's considered his breakthrough work in phenomenology, because there in the sixth logical investigation, he develops the notion of categorial intuition, which is similar to Kant's notion of pure intuition. So it's really pure intuition which is the linchpin or the hinge that articulates this transition from sensuous to formal intuition, and therefore from a psychologistic to a non-psychologistic conception of logic, yet a logic with content, right? So both Husserl and Frege were clearly against pure formalism in logic and mathematics, but they were not, of course, in favor of psychologism, and therefore they developed this idea of, not Frege per se, because Frege actually gets rid of, right at the beginning in Begriffsschrift, he gets rid of intuition itself. He says we will guard against any kind of intuition entering into a discourse, but and which then later leads to all the problems that Frege faced with Russell, the paradox that Russell points out, right? The problem of self-membership in a set. So really this notion of pure intuition or categorial intuition, I'm tracing within the transcendental tradition, starting with Kant and going on. I think Husserl's idea of categorial intuition is very similar to Kant's, but of course Husserl kind of deals with the formal logic and ultimately mathematics of his time, whereas Kant is restricted to Aristotelian logic, which is what was prevalent when Kant was writing. Okay, so the burden of this paper then is to try and understand what this pure intuition, absolutely crucial idea in phenomenology, amounts to, and therefore to turn to the logical investigations, because that's where he comes up with this thing to begin with. So throughout his extensive oeuvre, Husserl takes a consistently anti-formalist position with respect to logic and mathematics. Indeed, his life's work and the phenomenological approach that he develops is oriented by the problematic of recovering in and through actual and possible constitution in pure intuition, the meaning or sense of formal reason in the various diverse modalities in which it presents itself. However, with his first work, that is the Philosophie der Arithmetik, which 1891 work, manifests Husserl the mathematician's new interest in epistemic reflection. There, Husserl had not yet come to the phenomenological transcendental conception of pure or formal intuition, that is, non-sensuous intuition. Therefore, in that work, he immediately reduces the problematic of the intuitive meaning or sense of formal reason to the psychological processes of thinking. Husserl's psychologistic critique of Frege and Frege's scathing review of Philosophie der Arithmetik are both well documented and have become part of the received narrative of the early history of modern logic. According to this narrative, it is generally believed that Frege's review led Husserl to revise his initial position, such that starting with the Logische Untersuchungen in 1901, of which the first volume is almost entirely devoted to a critique of psychologism, he waged a lifelong battle against psychologism. However, as Mohanty has convincingly shown, what is less well known is that Husserl came to his critique of psychologism and its replacement by his non-sensuous notion of intuition by taking his own path through a critique and revision of his teacher Brentano's primarily psychologistic conception of intentionality or the object-directedness of consciousness. Husserl traversed this path to arrive at the notion of formal or categorical intuition in the Logical Investigations, his first breakthrough work in phenomenology. Our aim here is to provide a basic outline of what Husserl means by formal or categorical intuition and the objectifying acts in and through which they occur. This would then allow discussion of formal and transcendental logic if we get there. His later, more mature work on these themes in FTL, Husserl again attempts to re-articulate the problematic of the genuine sense of formal logic through the articulation of a transcendental logic based on formal intuition. Here he builds upon while going beyond the original insight concerning formal or categorical intuition in the Logical Investigations. Okay, so in the Logical Investigations, particularly the fifth of these Logical Investigations, Husserl makes a distinction between act quality and act matter. Husserl takes over the conception of all thinking or mental activity as essentially intentional, that is necessarily directed towards some object from Brentano, along with the possibility of a temporal lag between intention and fulfillment, of a merely empty intention which is subsequently fulfilled in the actual presence of the object intended in the manner in which it is intended, right? So this is similar to what Frege would call sense rather than the reference, okay? So the desired, the valued, as valued, etc. Yet it is in the Logical Investigations that Husserl arrives at a non-psychologistic conception of intentionality understood in terms of the two-sidedness of any mental cognitive activity qua intention and fulfillment. The non-psychologistic conception entails that both the empty intention and its fulfillment in the actual presence of the object be understood as involving ideal objectivities. While this is easier to see in the case of empty intentions, which may be understood in the traditional sense as determinate, though empty ideas or concepts, it is more difficult to fathom how the process of their fulfillment, traditionally what Kant calls misleadingly application of the categories to possible experience, in the presence of the object intended, can also refer to non-sensuous ideal objectivities. To see this, let us turn to the fifth Logical Investigation, where Husserl begins by examining the relation of act quality and act matter as inner constituents of any intentional act. What is the matter qua identical element of qualitatively different intentional acts, such as judging, wishing, willing, etc.? How is this matter related to those qualitative acts? On the one hand, what distinguishes one judgment from another is precisely its matter. On the other, the same matter may form the common element of different qualitative intentional acts directed towards it. That is, the same content is judged, wished, willed, etc. Right? Brentano, on Husserl's account, maintains that, quote, each intentional experience is a presentation or based upon underlying presentations. In the latter case, the underlying presentation is the identical element upon which different qualitative intentional acts may be directed. Therefore, the act of presentation is not one qualitative mode among others, it is foundational. It is inconceivable, for example, that an object may be desired without being presented as desirable, while it is quite conceivable that an object may be presented without any desire, will, or belief coloring it. Right? So pure presentation over which some particular intentional act with a particular qualitative character is directed. For Husserl, and you keep Frege in the background here, the distinction between sense and reference is at play here. For Husserl, while it is tempting to understand the relation between quality and matter in this way, the notion of pure matter leads to the problem of, quote, the last specific difference of various types of intentional essences. Should the difference between intentional acts be located in the difference in their intentional qualities, such that, for example, judgment qua species is an ultimate specific difference? This cannot account for the differences between presentations, yet if every presentation is always already differentiated, then it cannot be the ultimate foundation upon which different act qualities supervene. From this, Husserl concludes that no such foundational moment of pure presentation can be isolated in any intentional act. He considers an interpretation of perceptual illusion that seems to run contrary to his claim. So long as the illusion is not recognized, it is simply a perception. But once its perceptual quality, that is its belief character, falls away, it reveals the merely presentational content underlying the earlier perceptual judgment. This suggests that all percepts are compounded of an original presentation upon which the act quality of perception with its belief character is imposed. This is the example he gives. Thus, walking through the Panopticon Museum, one comes across a charming lady who seems to beckon to us. In fact, we have been tricked for an instant by a wax figure. As soon as the illusion vanishes, we see a wax figure and not a beckoning lady. However, for Husserl, the perception of the wax figure is not to be understood as the underlying foundational presentation. Rather, here two conflicting, quote, perceptual interpretations or appearances of a thing interpenetrate. Once the illusion vanishes, we are left with a qualitatively different appearance given in a qualitatively different act, such that there is no returning to the original perceptual quality prior to the discovery of the illusion. Although both act qualities, perception and presentation, contain the same matter, Husserl, unlike Frege, does not attempt to isolate the matter as foundational or pure presentation, pure reference for Frege. Right? So the suggestion is that the reason Frege gets into trouble is because he constantly tries to isolate the reference and therefore reifies it, which then leads to the problem of set membership. Right? While the same analysis is applicable to judgments, unlike straightforward perception, a judgment is directed not to the, quote, sensible existent object, but to the fact that it is. What becomes intentionally objective in a judgment is a state of affairs which, even when it concerns what is sensibly perceived, is not an object that is itself sensibly perceived. This insight, continuous with Kant's, implies that judgment is both categorially structured and also intentionally constitutes a categorically determined meaning. That is the Sache Verhalt, or relation, state of affairs, even when its possible perceptual basis, the Sachlage, drops out. While the Sachlage is passively perceived, the Sache Verhalt is actively formed or judged from the a priori possibilities implicit in the Sachlage. Right? While the familiar experience in which, and here Husserl is referring directly to Frege without taking his name, he says, while the familiar experience in which, quote, an idea floats before our mind without any judgment as to its existence or non-existence cannot be questioned, what is questionable is that the new act of judgment really contains the old act whole and entire of itself, end quote. Rather, the note of assent in an act of judgment involves a transitional experience where the previously empty presentative intention is modified through its recognitive fulfillment. So the distinction between the judgment stroke and the content stroke that is central to Frege's inception of his new logic, right, in the Begriffsschrift, is at work here, but Husserl is contesting that straightforward distinction. That first you can have a pure idea, pure content, without affirmation, and then affirmation. These are both intentional acts for Husserl. Against Frege's conception, represented in the relation between the content and the judgment stroke, Husserl would argue that there is no mere sequence from empty presentation or intention to its affirmation or fulfillment in perceptual judgment. Rather, a new act of, quote, characteristically unitary consciousness of fulfillment, that is synthetic identification, emerges. Here, the identical element which persists in the transformation of the act quality of presentation to the act quality of belief is an abstract moment and cannot be isolated through its identification with the mere presentation. Rather, it is given only as mediated through the act quality in which it is intended. The non-reified conception of matter prevents Husserl from falling into the kind of difficulties that Frege encounters and to which Kant also appears susceptible with his initial overly rigid delimitation of an a priori set of categories. Right? So as we know, for Kant also, and many of his contemporary commentators pointed out, there is the problem of the completeness of the categories, right? Because Kant simply finds the categories descriptively within the logical tradition, namely within Aristotelian logic, right? And then he simply says that these categories exhaustively determine the a priori possibilities of understanding and therefore a priori possibilities of all possible experience, right? And many commentators, starting from Kant's own time, going on to Hegel and beyond, have said that, Hegel famously says, Kant did not put himself to too much trouble in discovering the categories. He already had the Aristotelian categories to fall back on, which he arrived at, as it were, descriptively and rhapsodically as and when he found them in experience, right? And then Hegel concludes by saying, this is so Kant's transcendental logic, Hegel says, is an irrational science of the rational, right? Because it's merely descriptively kind of collated. So this is because of the reification in place, right? And similarly, Frege falls into problems with trying to isolate a pure reference, independent of the sense in and through which it is necessarily always mediated, right? So, how much time do I have? I've just got through. So how much? 5 minutes? 10 minutes, okay. So what I'll do is that I'll just introduce the notion of objectifying acts through which Husserl arrives at the notion of pure intuition, and then leave it at that, right? So I'll not get into formal and transcendental logic and so forth. So the emergence of objectifying acts as the widest conception of presentation. Husserl's new notion of presentation is the nominalized presentation of judgments, just as for Frege and Russell, which forms the grammatical subject of further founded judgments, right? So for Frege, the nominalized presentation, the original sense becomes the new reference, indirect reference. A judgmental act of identification, SSP, may be subsequently nominalized through expressions such as the fact that SSP, since SSP, etc., which require completion in other judgmental wholes. That SSP is delightful. So here the intentional object of the founded judgment, that SSP is delightful, is the nominalized state of affairs, not the unmodified state of affairs constituted in the original judgment act, nor the original judgment itself. For Husserl, in contrast to Frege's ambiguity on the status of the customary reference, since the state of affairs constituted in the original act of judgment is not semantically indifferent to the signative judgmental intention in which it is intended, the original objective correlate of judgment becomes available or present, that is modified qua explicit object for further meanings or judgmental intentions. Right? For Husserl, there is no upper limit to the complexity of judgmental syntheses or other qualitative types of acts such as wishing, willing, and so forth, since they may contain an infinite series of nested presentations. However, the lower limit of the simplest judgmental articulation of the form SSP must lie in simple perceptual presentations S and P. In contradistinction to Frege, we can anticipate how the notion of nominalized presentation sets up a continuity and difference captured in Husserl's notion of intentional modification, which enables transitions from simple yet semantically imbued perceptual, but also imaginative, memorial, etc., intentional objects to higher order syntactically articulated intentional acts and the categorial real objectivities they constitutively bring to light. The broader conception of objectifying acts affords a new interpretation of the intentional matter of an act, since each intentional act is either an objectifying act or has its basis in an objectifying act. Objectifying acts are foundational insofar as they first constitute, that is, realize the matter of an intentional act. Thus, intentional consciousness is always already objectifying. This is the important bit. Let us consider how this wider notion of objectification leads to the emergence of categorial intuition in the sixth investigation. Okay, I'll go very quickly. The guiding question of the sixth investigation is, can all acts function as carriers of meaning, or is this function restricted to a certain type of act, namely objectifying acts? In affirming the latter, Husserl is now explicitly operating with the constitutive meaning conferring function of intentional acts. The distinction drawn is between two aspects of the act itself, namely its sense bestowing, Sinngebung, and empirical psychological occurrence, right? And not between the act considered merely psychologistically or psychologistically and the ideal objective meaning it instantiates, right? So it's not that simple distinction between the occurrence of the act and the ideal meaning it instantiates, but the act itself is split into two: its psychological occurrence and its meaning-giving function, which would turn out to be a transcendental function. Husserl now understands acts in their sense-bestowing aspect as objectifying acts. This means that in relation to their psychical or empirical aspect, intentional acts are objectifying, not in the sense of bringing the mental or psychological occurrence of the acts themselves to representation, I wish that, I think that, etc., but rather in presenting the type of act they are. An act of wish as a wish, an act of questioning as a question, and so forth. The sixth investigation is concerned with questions opened up by this new sense of expressed act. For instance, whether the relation between meaning and expressed intuition is such that intuition might itself be the act constitutive of meaning. Right? Yet, if perceptual I'll skip this and just get to the last bit, which is the central claim. Husserl attempts to bridge the divide, therefore, between sensuous and non-sensuous by emphasizing the non-sensuous aspect of sensuous perception. Yet the semantically imbued character of perception and the possibility of non-sensuous intuition in the synthesis of objectification it affords does not reduce the givenness of sensuous intuitions, right? So sensuous intuitions continue as sensuous intuitions, but there is a non-sensuous element built into them, right? Husserl begins to address the problem of transcendence in immanence, which is the central problem, by explicating the relation between self-evidence and truth as intrinsic, intrinsic constitutive one, the quote, actual carrying out of an adequate identification. So the enactment of truth is also the constitution of truth. And this is the transcendental move, right? Without reducing the latter to an act considered merely psychologically. Yet, as with the transcendental deduction, mere enactment is not enough, since it remains at the empirical psychological level. Rather, the transcendental constitutive dimension of the act lies in an enactment that is also reflectively aware as an enactment, and thus brings to light its own a priori conditions of reflective self-objectification, right? Akin to the cogito or the possibility of I think in Kant. The reflective awareness of the a priori conditions of its own possibility is constitutive of transcendence in immanence, as the basis for categorical intuition or constitution. So in synthetically, categorially structured perceptual statements that include formal elements such as, and, or, is, some, etc., not only the perceptual elements, but the whole sense of the statement is fulfilled. Yet there can be no one-to-one correspondence between the formal parts of meaning and those of sensuous perception. Sensuous perception can instantiate certain elements of meaning, but not the whole syntactically articulated sense, and thus does not constitute meaning. Perception is always already semantically and syntactically structured, hence objectified and objectifying, and we are never confronted with raw or sensuous data. This sets up the possibility of recognitive identification judgment and the emergence of founded categorical objectivities on the basis of founded objectifying acts, where general thoughts find fulfillment in intuition. Where general thoughts find fulfillment in intuition, this new founded act that emerges shows itself to be necessarily constitutive insofar as, quote, it reveals its own objective possibility. However, while the notion of objectifying acts bridges the gap between sensuous and non-sensuous experience and sets up a continuity, the functional or relative continuity is not exhaustive of perception. Sensuous perception maintains an absolute difference with respect to the relative difference or continuity of the hierarchy of founded acts. Okay. I think I'll stop here because we are out of time. I have more to say, but...
Thank you very much. Discussion, but if some of you have any very basic question, please ask. Yes.
It is just a query that intentional object or acts, when you're talking about that and you're talking about the objectified, that is intentional act and object is objectified, then again we actually interpret the object or acts and then again reinterpret and going on doing that. So in what sense would you say that that the objectified, the quote and unquote objectified would stay over there? Will stay over there again. You'll say that the acts are objectified. In what sense?
No, so basically what is going on is that Husserl is undercutting the notion of So Husserl is basically undercutting the notion of a pure given moment of presentation, right? So he's saying that any moment of pure presentation, that is, the fulfillment of any kind of intentionality in the actual presence of the object, right? So I intend a tree, I'm thinking of a tree in my mind, and then I go and find and stand in front of the tree in the manner in which I intended it and so on. That fulfillment is already an objectifying act. It's not as if the tree exists purely in itself and then we perceive it, and therefore it fulfills the concept of the tree that we had, right? And this starts emerging with the temporal lag between intentional act and its fulfillment, right? So as long as there's no temporal act, it seems that a subject is merely cognizing an object right there. But because the temporal lag shows that the moment of fulfillment is actually a moment of recognitive synthesis. So there's an element of recognition, and the moment you have recognition, it's not given in its purity, right?
Yes, maybe we can discuss later. I just have one thing to ask. The title says recovery of a logic.
Logic with sense content.
With sense content.
Yeah.
Now, have you really discussed, most probably you have not been able to do enough time to deal with this thing. So, can you say one or two words on how this recovery is done? Recovery of logic. In what sense do you use the word logic here?
No, so the idea is that purely formal logic, right, and its apodicticity, right, Husserl is interested in the sort of experiential aspect of apodicticity itself. Where does the force of the necessity of logic or mathematics come from, right? And he says that, of course, it must come from some sort of synthetic acts of consciousness, so mental acts. But what is interesting is that he doesn't immediately reduce the mental to the psychological, right? Which is why pure intuition and categorical intuition come into the picture. And ultimately, he of course does not take a very static approach as seems with Kant, but he comes up with this notion of the plasticity of categorical intuition and categorical formation itself. So his idea is that ultimately extends the scope of a priority beyond logic to experience itself. So experience itself is categorially structured. And therefore, but of course normally it's implicit in experience, and through this kind of self-reflective conditions of possibility approach, just as in Kant, you come to the a priori categorical structures of experience.
Well, thank you. We don't have much time, so let's give a hand to the speaker, and I would pass on to the next speaker today, Professor Praval Kumar Sen. Professor Sen, please. Professor Sen retired from the University of Kolkata, Department of Philosophy. He is one of the very close friends of Calcutta Logic Circle, and it is through him that in Calcutta Logic Circle there was a kind of passage, a kind of what should I say, a bridge between the philosophy and mathematics. I remember he sent first two very important students from philosophy department to me, to mathematics department, to do their MPhil courses, and that was the first formal connection between the two departments, I should say. One of them is here, Shangyukta Basu, who ultimately completed her PhD jointly with myself and Amita Chatterjee. So all this is to exemplify how much interest Professor Praval Kumar Sen has taken for the development of logic in this part of the country. But we don't have much time, so please, Professor Sen, you have half an hour, so please.
Senility comes in. I didn't have the idea that I would have only half an hour, so I made the topic very broad. Purva Mimamsa theory of inference, a comparative account. It can't be done within half an hour. If I had known that it would be half an hour, I would have narrowed down the topic to some extent. But anyway, let us see what I can do now. If I exceed my time by say 5 minutes, please excuse me. Well, let me start with some introductory remarks. Part of my work has been made easier by Amita through her discussion of quite a few things about psychologism and other things. Now, what I have to say here is, first of all, that in the systems of philosophy that developed here, we actually did not have formal logic in that sense. What we have is theory of knowledge. And maybe part of it constitutes part of psychology. But at the same time, I have to say that while discussing all these things, be it perception, be it inference, be it verbal cognition, they always tried to set the norms under which these cognitions can become veridical or reflect reality as it is, and when they become erroneous. So that way some sort of normativity is there if we look at it. And as I was remarking the other a few minutes ago, that these rules, they're the same for every human being. So the question of psychologism or being subjective, I think, does not really arise. Now, whether what they say is supported by facts or not is another thing. As a matter of fact, the different schools of philosophy were not unanimous on many issues. So the issue is wide open, and maybe students of Amita may work on these things as exercises in cognitive science or other things, I don't know. But the field is wide open, very little work has been done. So, I shall start by saying a few more things. Among the schools that we find that developed here, we have two quite divergent tendencies. Some schools maintained that our cognitions, our languages, they are by nature inclined to truth. Under abnormal circumstances, we may have illusions, we may have hallucinations, or while arguing, I may give a fallacious argument due to ignorance or due to some other factor. Or even in perception, due to certain defects of my sense organ or due to some other factor, I may have an illusion or hallucination. But that does not mean that we have to turn to skeptics and entertain doubts about each and every cognition that we have. That would be a suicidal path. For example, you see, one of our famous philosophers, Kumarila Bhatta, made a humorous remark that that if there is actually a doubt about something, that whether this is so or so, then there are ways of resolving this doubt. But if someone cooks up doubt just for the heck of it, then it is a suicidal course. He cannot even eat or drink, because at every moment he will have to doubt that whether this is so and so. So his verse was, Utpreksheta hi yo mohat ajatam api badhakam. So if someone out of, you see, often say attachment or something like that, cooks up doubt that is not actually there. So sarvam vyavahareshu sankshayatma shayang bhajat. That was his way. So let us not be skeptics like of that form. But as you see, we have a famous adage here, munde munde motir bhinna. In every head, different thoughts occur. Very difficult to make people agree on all issues. So at least two schools may be mentioned that have challenged this faith in our cognitions and language and other things. One is Advaita Vedanta. The other is the school of Buddhism that developed under Dingnag. Because in both these schools we have this thing that all our mundane behaviors, whatever we do, whatever we think, they're under the rule of avidya or ignorance. So they may have some practical utility, but from the ultimate standpoint, they cannot capture reality. Let me give just two examples. Take Advaita Vedanta, for example. For it, the ultimate reality is Brahman. It can be described only negatively. We can say that it is pure consciousness, but most of the descriptions that we find in the Upanishads are negative. That ashabdam, asparsham, arupam, abbayam, nityam, agandavat, things like that, or neti neti. And moreover, the other thing, that it is asango, nahi sajjate. It cannot be related to anything. Now, if your ultimate picture of reality is something like this, then what would be the status of our ordinary experiences or our linguistic usages? You see, most of our cognitions are qualificative, that we say that something is so and so. So something is qualified by something, and that presupposes some relations. And for them, most of the relations are binary, so the relator would have to be different. But if there is only one ultimate reality, if difference is unreal, then relation also becomes unreal. The whole thing becomes unreal. আসছি একটু আসছি আচ্ছা তাহলে তো মুশকিল। আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে, দেখি কি করা যায়। আচ্ছা, তো so at least for Purva Mimamsa, they do not share this view of Advaita Vedantins or the Buddhists who would say that everything is momentary. One more thing, for these thinkers, there is some isomorphism between three things. First of all, আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে। So that is why I was saying that for these schools, our language and our cognitions, they more or less have the capacity to represent reality as it is. There can be errors at times, but there are also ways available to us for correcting them. So with these remarks, let me come to this view. First of all, inference is an indirect knowledge. This is is apart from perception, which is direct. The second thing is that all indirect cognitions are dependent on earlier knowledges. And that would be the same case with inference also. Now, let me start with the stock example. Maybe that would be more helpful. One more thing, people here really did not have much interest in formal validity, as I said at the very beginning. And so you see arguments like which would be perfectly valid in a formal logic, like say all birds are quadrupeds. The crow is a bird, therefore the crow is quadruped. This would be valid in formal logic, no doubt about it. But these people are not interested in that. For them, the conclusion that we reach should be factually true. So, what is to be done? The stock example that they take is, say, this, that So this is a stock example given in one of the schools called the Naya school, which developed epistemology in a very detailed manner. Now what the Purva Mimamsakas did was to differ in some respects about the nitty-gritties. So this is called a Pararthanuman, which is a sort of demonstrative, that I do not have to use all these sentences. When I see a smoke, I know that there is fire. But if I have to convince someone else, then these 5 sentences have to be used. That is what they maintained. And these 5, each of them is called an avayava. The first sentence is called pratijga. This is called hetu. This is uda. Eta hetu. That ব্যাপ্তি তো না হয়, উদাহরণ. And now here in this udaharana, there is one universal statement that whatever is a locus of smoke is also a locus of fire. And this was called Vyapti. And this is all really the fulcrum of inferential knowledge here. Now, this becomes one point of disagreement. How to define Vyapti or universal concomitance. The second is how to ascertain it. The Nayayikas did it in their own way. The Mimamsakas differed. I am coming to that. Or, so far as this example is concerned, the Purva Mimamsakas said that 5 steps are not really necessary. You either take these 3 or you take these 3. Because they maintained that this is only a repetition of the first one, or this is a repetition of this one. So why have 5 steps? We can do it 3. That was one place of disagreement. Then how to establish the Vyapti? Now here they have some common points with the Nayayikas. I am not coming to that. But the Nayayikas said that we have a peculiar form of perception through which we can know that wherever there is smoke, there is also fire. They believed that certain entities are characterized by universals. Like smoke has smokeness, fire has fireness. And this is common to all smokes, fireness is common to all fires. It is something one and eternal. And they maintained that once we perceive the smoke and fire together, we also perceive smokeness and fireness. And those universals or their cognitions, they serve as sannikarshas or contacts between our sense organs and the different instances. So that way we have a peculiar way of knowing through perception that all cases of smoke are also cases of fire. The Purva Mimamsakas denied this. This is one point of disagreement. Or take the case of the Buddhists. They said that mere co-presence on many occasions leaves open the doubt that maybe I have observed for 1,000 times, that wherever there is smoke, there is fire. What is the guarantee that there would not be a case where exception is found? How to rule out exceptions? So they brought in some extra conditions, and here we have only maybe a very faint glimpse of necessary truth or a priori truth. They said that Vyapti can be ascertained beyond doubt only in two cases. One is Tadatma or Svabhava, and one is Karya Karana Bhava. So take for example, in the first one, the example is say that this is a tree because this is an oak. Now, if oak is defined as a kind of a tree, then to say that something is an oak and it is not a tree, that would result in a contradiction. So here, there can be no doubt in such cases. And the second is Karya Karana Bhava, or causal connection. That smoke and fire, it is not just that they occur together. Smoke is caused by fire. It is an effect. And no effect can come into existence without a proper cause. So here, the Vyapti would have to be admitted. That was another way. But the Purvamimamsakas disagreed. They pointed out some cases where none of these would hold. Take for case example. Suppose there is an unripe mango in a tree. You can see that it has a green color. We would know that its taste would be sour. So we are inferring the taste of a thing from its color. It is not a case of svabhava. We cannot say that taste is a type of color or vice versa. Nor can we say that the taste is the effect of its color or vice versa. Or take for example another case. Two constellations, one is called Kritika, the other is called Rohini. They always arise in the sky together. Now if it so happens that in the evening the sky is cloudy, I can see only the Kritika or the Rohini, I would be able to infer that since Kritika has arisen, Rohini has also arisen. Now that would not be a case of Svabhava. Rohini is not a subtype of genus species relation, nor is there any Karya Karana Bhava because they are simultaneous. In the case of Karya Karana, there has to be some sequence, and here is no sequence. So they would say that so far as Vyapti is concerned, we have to depend on two things. We have to observe repeatedly Bhuyo Darshana, and we have to rule out, upadhis or adventitious conditions. Vyapti should be unconditional relation or anupadhiko sambandha, svabhaviko sambandha, natural relation. So these adventitious conditions would have to be ruled out. Now, what is the definition of anupadhi or how to rule it out? That would take another time. I am not going into that. Then let me come to another thing. This is a case where the argument is correct, and the hetu in this or the reason here, the smoke. This is called a proper hetu. Why? First of all, it is really located in the hill, and it is really pervaded by fire. But suppose I argue the other way around, that I see the fire and then I say that since there is fire, there must be smoke. That would be a faulty inference, because there can be instances of fire where there is no smoke. Take the case where a huge fire has been lit, and finally when there are only embers, there is still some fire in it, but no smoke comes out of it. So here the advantageous condition would be that you can infer smoke from fire provided the fuel that you are using is moist. Only then smoke will come out of it. But there can also be wrong inferences. What about them? So, may I have 5 minutes more? Now you see, when I said that the hill is fiery, this hill is called Paksha, where you invite something. Then fire is Saddha. Smoke is Hetu. Now, while giving the udaharan or the example, we had given the kitchen as an example. So, they say that the kitchen would be Sapaksha. Where the Saddha is established, you already know for certain that the Saddha is there. The lake would be Vipaksha, where the absence of Saddha can be ascertained. So Paksha, Vipaksha, Hetu, Saddha. Now, Asiddha would be if the Hetu is not in the Paksha, due to some reason or other. Maybe the Paksha itself is unreal, or because the Hetu is unreal, or even though both of them are real, one does not occur in the other. So that would be Asiddha. Sabbhavichara would be that if the Hetu is also present, maybe it is in the Paksha, but also present in the Vipaksha. So that would be Sabbhavichara or deviant Hetu. Viruddha would be that if instead of proving the Saddha, it proves the very opposite of the Saddha, it would be Viruddha. Then Badhita would be that if what I am inferring or the inferential cognition is contradicted by some other means of knowledge. Suppose if a stupid person argues that after having experienced that some warm water, if someone argues like this, that water is warm because it is a substance like fire. Now, if I put my hand in the water, I can see that it is cold. There is absence of heat. So that would be Badhita. And Satpratipakshita is a peculiar case. They say that suppose there are two Hetus in the same Paksha, One is pervaded by the saddha, the other is pervaded by the absence of the saddha. Then I would have two opposite. So here one hetu would be counterbalanced by the other. I'm taking just one example. Suppose say so suppose someone argues like this, that sound is non-eternal because it is produced. As for example, a pot. Now suppose someone gives a counter argument. In such a case, one argument would block the other, so no inference will take place. Now here also, for the Mimamsakas try to point out that this division of faulty reasons is not quite correct because they are overlapping. For example, every case of Viruddha would also be a case of Sabbhavichara. So why treat it? Maybe the result is not the same. In one case it is present in Sapaksha and also Vipaksha, and this is present only in Vipaksha. But anyway, cases of Viruddha would be cases of Sabbhavichara. And Satpratipaksha, and they do not treat Satpratipaksha as a separate sort of Hettabhasa. They treat it in some other manner. And finally, for the Nayayikas, all the defects in an argument could be somehow traced back to the Hetu. The Hetvabhasas. That is why they call them Hetvabhasas, or things that appear as Hetus, but are not proper Hetus. But for the Mimamsakas, they would say that in some cases, it is easier to find the defects in the Paksha, or Saddha, or Drishtanta, than go all the way to the Hetu. Yes, it is true that in some cases, you can, in a way, say through some what should I say, indirect relation, connect the defect to the hetu. But for them, they said that if there is a straightforward way of finding a defect, then why take this circuitous route? So they would also admit in addition to Hettavhasas, also Pakshavhasas, Sadhyavhasas, Drishtantavhasas. I'll just take one case and then conclude, because time is running out. Somebody may say that these are queer examples, no man in his proper senses would give such examples. But they have cooked up things like this. Stupidity has no limits. Now here, you could go either way. You could either say that there is no golden mountain, and so smoke could not be there. Now Now, in this case, do you put the blame on the Paksha or on the Hetu? Fire is not something unreal, it is very much real. But Golden Mountain, it is this is imaginary. Or suppose you change the advertising here. You could say that golden fire, there is no golden fire, there could be no Vyapti between smoke and golden fire. And so it would be a defective Hetu. Once again, do you put the fault on the Saddha or on the Hetu? So there is many such cases. Anyway, I think I have run out of time.
And he will gradually
No, you
speak out.
see, it was stupid on my part to choose such a broad topic. If I had, you see, concentrated on the only one part, that it's account of Vyapti, or of Avayava, or of Hetavha, so then in half an hour we could have full discussion. That is, you see, I said that with old age, senility creeps in. One becomes stupid.
Okay, let us give a hand to Professor Sen. What I was going to say, actually, my experience. Motion, Prolo.
No, there's just one thing. You see, if you in future publish any proceedings, I promise to give a full paper in writing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What I was going to say is that my experience with Prabhu is that I think everybody's that there should be a kind of what we call in Bengali adda. We should sit together, we should talk, and we should gradually, discover, or he will gradually unfold himself. That is the way in which he really performs, and we get the best out of him. Okay, I next invite Monideepa Sannal, Professor Monideepa Sannal. Monideepa, how will you projection? Okay. So Professor Monideepa Sannal is a professor of philosophy department, University of Calcutta, and he is connected with. She is connected with Calcutta Logic Circle. She has written extensively, and one of her recent publications is in the Handbook of Logical Thought in India. I would request you to find some time to. Are you going to present from that a little bit of? No, not from that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for introducing me. The title of my paper is Command and its Coexistence. Now, my talk will cover three things. Standpoint, from Indian standpoint, and another attempt at accommodating all imperatives in logic. Now, as we know that our conversation, every conversation we have many arguments. We use the arguments when we converse. And there are two kinds of arguments. One is descriptive, the other is prescriptive or imperative rather. Now descriptive means the premise or the premises and the conclusion all are in descriptive way, expressed in descriptive manner. And imperative means it can be pure imperative, all the premises and the conclusion all are imperative, or there is a combination of imperative and descriptive statements. Now, a full-fledged theory of logic of imperatives we get in the theory of B.M. Branas, though it has been initiated by Ernest Mali long ago and also by Nicholas Rescher and other thinkers, but we find a full-fledged theory in B.M. Branas. There he distinguishes between two kinds of prescription or imperative statement rather, unconditional and conditional. Unconditional imperative is a statement where there are two values, one is satisfaction, the other is violation, and in case of conditional there are three values, satisfaction, violation and avoidance. So in that way he distinguishes between two kinds of prescription. In case of any unconditional prescription, for example, teach her, its negation means don't teach her, and this negative statement, the negative imperative rather, if we understand it properly, then it is satisfied if the person doesn't teach her, or violated if the person teaches her, or if the person remains indifferent. Now here, avoided means indifference. Indifference actually, it is not simple indifference, it is conscious indifference. And in the case of conditional imperative, if she is sincere, teach her. It is satisfied if she is sincere and you teach her, violated if she is sincere but you don't teach her, and avoided if she is not sincere. So there is a condition, the antecedent portion of the conditional statement, and that is called the context. So if the context doesn't take place, then there is no question of teaching or non-teaching her. That is called avoidance in case of conditional imperative. And in case of conjunction, talk to me and take a decision. As we find in our two-valued logic, that conjunction is true when all the conjuncts are true. Here also, if all the imperatives, conjunctive imperatives are satisfied, then it is satisfied, otherwise not. In case of disjunction, again, call me or send me a message, send a message to me. Here again the same as we find in two-valued logic. That is, if one of the disjunct is satisfied, one of the disjuncts is satisfied, then it is satisfied. If both the disjuncts are violated, then it is violated. But the importance is that here the importance is that in case of imperative argument, here only the action is not enough. The attitude of the person is important. Now, here is the definition of validity, the standard definition of validity, that an argument is valid if its premises merit endorsement, then its conclusion merits endorsement. Now, meriting endorsement means being supported by something. What? Supported by what? Supported by a prescription. As I have said, that in imperative argument, the premise can be imperative, can be descriptive. So in case of descriptive premise, it is supported by a proposition. In case of imperative premise, it is supported by a prescription. And again, if it is further defined, then supported by proposition means supported by a fact, and supported by a prescription means supported by a reason. Now, reason means here we take into account the feeling and the belief of the person also, though it is not found in Branas' system, because Branas has not entertained any element called believing or thinking, something like that. But the thinkers who developed this logic after Branas, for example, Yosh Parsons, he has mentioned that there is intention, there is belief, and there is also the element of feeling. Now, in case of Indian logic, in Mimamsa theory, mainly we find the imperative statements, and there are 5 kinds of, they actually connect those imperative statements with the Vedic ritualistic sacrifices. And there are 5 kinds of imperative statements, of which the first one, the Vidhi, I will concentrate upon the Vidhi, because Vidhi means the imperative actually. Vidhi, Mantra, Namodheo, Nishedho and Arthavado. Of the 5, Vidhi is the only injunctive statement, imperative. Now, there are different kinds of vidhis. I am not going to the details. There are different examples because there is a subtle difference between all these types of vidhis, how to execute that, how to execute that action or how to give the command. There is difference. So I am not going to the details. It's not, it has no connection with my paper. And the other thing is that whenever an action is to be done, some undertaking is to be taken by the person, the performer. So that undertaking of the action, it is activity, it is called bhavana, according to the Bhattamimamsakas. The Prabhakaras, however, differ in its, in its exact meaning, but they also accept it in their own way. That means both the schools, they have accepted that there is something taking place before the action being done. Now, using this Mimamsa theory, Bama Srinivasan and Ranjini Parthasarathy, they have used this Mimamsa theory of imperative statements in case of special education and robotics. They have used conjunction in this case, do I and do am, disjunction do I or do am, and there are three kinds of conditional statements. First one is sequence of action. Sometimes some action is spoken about which is followed by another action. Command is given in such a manner that do this and do this. Then there is a temporal order. And secondly, there may be some ground. Why should I perform this action? So the ground is there. Or I would perform the function because I want to achieve some goal. So all these three are the three varieties of conditional statement. Now they have also given three values: satisfaction, violation. The third one, in case of avoidance, they spoke about absence of goal because they have given importance on the goal. That please look at an example. Take a pen to write. So writing is the goal. That is the intention. The intention which has been spoken about by the thinkers after Brahmanas also. So in Western theory as well as in Indian theory, the intention element is there. And if the intention is there, if the action is performed, it is satisfied. If the action is not performed, then it is violated. And if the intention is not there, then it is called absence of goal. In this way, it is explained. They have also spoken about the syntax and the set of reasoning, the set of some sort of goals. They are the formation rules. I'm not going into that details because I want to focus upon another thing. I'm coming to that. Now, imperatives, so far we have discussed in Western and in Indian tradition, they have given importance on the command statements. But what I want to say is that command is not the only imperative. There are other imperative statements also. So if we say logic of imperatives, it should cover all kinds of imperatives. But their theory, the Brahmanas' theory or Yash Parsons' theory, or as the theory developed by Parthasarathy and Srinivasan, they have also only used the instruction, that is the command statement. So in case of but both in Indian and Western tradition, we find that they have acknowledged that there are different kinds of imperatives. In Indian tradition, you see there are some source books, the Sanskrit grammar, Panini or Ashtadhyayi, or the Vedic texts, the Smriti texts, the epics, etc. These are the source books where we can find different kinds of imperatives. Those imperatives, how do we identify them? We have to look at the syntax of a sentence, because a sentence is a collection of words, and those words have certain features. What are they? Mutual expectancy, contiguity, compatibility, and import. All these elements are there in a sentence, and because of their varieties, we get different kinds of imperative statements. Now, whenever we express imperatives in Indian logic, we use the verb. Actually, the verb means how the action is to be done. That verb has a specific termination, and they have used different types of termination. It is lot, late, napped, etc. But I'll concentrate upon lin. That is, in Ashtadhyayi, we get, there are 5 kinds of sentences imperative. That is vidhi, nimantrana, amantrana, adishta, samprashna, and prarthana. All these are imperatives. There is a distinction between nimantrana and amantrana, because in nimantrana there is an obligation, and in amantrana the person who is hearing it, he is free to choose whether he will go or will accept the invitation or not. And in case of adishta, in case of the polite question, the prayer, all these are different kinds of imperatives which in Indian logic has been acknowledged. Now, what is the difference? You see, in case of command, the speaker is higher, and the listener is not on that level. And in case of invitation, both may be on the same level, or the speaker is on the higher level. In case of adishta, in case of prayer, of course, the person placing prayer is not on the higher level. The person to whom the prayer is placed, he or she is on the higher level. So, and also there is a difference between whether the desire is there on the part of the person who is supposed to perform the action. Because in case of, you see, in case of advice, when somebody is giving me the advice, the desire is actually roused in me by the person who is giving the advice. But when I pray, then I already have the desire to do something, and I am seeking the permission. So there is difference in having the desire and or to produce the desire. So actually the purposes are different, the motivation is different. So because of the difference of purpose and motivation, there are different kinds of imperatives. In Western tradition, in Castaneda, we find that imperatives are called practical thinking, and so he used the term practitions, where again he mentions two elements. One is prescription, the other is intention. So intention is also there, and because there is intention, you will say, and you can remember that there is one speech act theory in Western tradition. What is a speech act? So normally we say that language, the unit of language is a word, but the speech act theory wants to say that the function of language is communication, and communication means the unit of communication is speech act. What is a speech act? In every sentence, each and every sentence which we use to mean something, to say to, when we say something to any person, we use a sentence. That sentence has three elements. One, the utterance, we uttered the sentence, and there is a content, what we say, that what we call the proposition, or it is called the locutionary force. And the third one is that by using those elements, we want to say something. The same content may be used in describing a situation, in putting an interrogative statement, or in putting my pleasure or my surprise, or I may put a comment using that same content. So there is also the distinction between force and content. Some people say that force is uniquely bound with the content. Some other people say that no, the force is completely different. The content can be the same, force can be different. So with reference to all these differences, there are we get different kinds of imperative statements that is accepted in Western tradition also. A command, a suggestion, permission, instruction, invitation. So all these, and also request. I have forgotten to use request. Request is also one kind of imperative. So all these different varieties are there. Now, I want to claim that the logic we have found so far that is inadequate to cover all these different cases. They cover only the case of command. Now, I refer to two arguments. The argument B is more important because I'll give stress upon it. The first argument is an argument which is an imperative argument using the command sentence. Either take a decision for a walk or stay at home. This is a disjunctive statement, and then the second premise also is a command. So both are commands, and the conclusion is also a command. In case of B, you find that the first one is an advice. Prepare your checklist early or you will suffer. Don't prepare your checklist early, therefore you will suffer. Now you see that according to our, in terms of our old logic, classical logic, we say the first one, it's very clear to say that the first one is valid. First argument A is valid because it is the application of DS, and the second one appears to be the same, but the first one is intuitively valid, the second one is not. And if we follow that criteria of meriting endorsement that is supported by some fact, then also we'll find that A is valid but B is not. Because you see, any argument that is given in favor of the first premise or the second premise of B may not support the conclusion. In spite of preparing, in spite of not preparing the checklist early, I may not suffer. So there is the possibility. So it is intuitively invalid as well as it is invalid according to the definition of validity. I may refer to other arguments also where the command argument, the argument involving command has no reference to time, but the argument involving advice has a reference to time. For example, in A, wait for the guests and don't start the program. From this single premise, we can draw any of the two conclusions. Therefore, wait for the guests, therefore don't start the program. But you see, in the case of the second one, wash your hand and eat, actually, we may not write you should, but if I just write wash your hand and eat, then somebody may say it is also a command. So I have written you should. So that is to say that it is a kind of advice. Now, in case of this advice, you see, if I just say therefore wash your hand, it's okay. But if I say therefore you should eat, from the first only premise, if I come to the second conclusion, the argument is not valid. The argument is not valid. So these are the difficulties. So, and there is a third one also. That is a request. The argument involving a request, enjoy the art exhibition and write a comment in the record book. Therefore, enjoy the art exhibition. If somebody writes the comment in the record book without enjoying the art exhibition, then also from the first premise, the conclusion cannot fall. But so the earlier logical system, which is provided by Peter Branas or others, that is not enough to make these arguments valid. So we can say that satisfaction, violation, and avoidance, they are not enough to justify the arguments involving imperatives other than commands. That is the claim. And I have drawn a similarity between these examples I have just given and also the topics of amantrana, adhishta, and prarthana, because in all those cases, because you see, there is no compulsion. Suppose there are three values: satisfaction, violation, and avoidance. And I pray to somebody, that prayer is not granted. So if I say that prayer is not granted, so it is violated. Is that, does it mean so? Prayer means I am just praying, but there is no compulsion that the person will grant it or not. In case of amantrana, I have requested somebody, I have invited somebody, but there is no compulsion. So if he does not abide by it, then can we say it is violation? No. So how to explain these cases? So this is the range of values, 4 range of values. I have distinguished between strong acceptance and weak acceptance, weak denial and strong denial. Strong acceptance is denied by strong denial, and weak acceptance is denied by weak denial. And then this is the conjunction table, acceptance table. Take a walk after dinner and have a good sleep. So if both the things are satisfied, both the elements are satisfied, then the sentence is satisfied. So in this way, this is a combination of the 4 values, and then disjunction. Now you see, in case of disjunction, there can be 2 kinds of disjunctions, because sometimes the disjunction is like this, like our old classical 2-valued logic, that is an inclusive disjunction. That is, you see, attend the seminar or write down the topics discussed. One can perform both the things, or any one of them. Whatever. If one portion, one disjunct is satisfied, then the whole is satisfied. If both are satisfied, then it is satisfied. Now, we should think about other kinds of disjunctions also. For example, take a walk or stay at home. That means both of them cannot take place together. So, I have to provide another table for the exclusive disjunction. For example, in case of RA and RA, in the previous one, RA or RA means RA. Now, RA and RA means if both are strongly accepted, it amounts to denial. Now, in both the cases, the inclusive and the exclusive disjunction, the tautology remains the same. That means in the final column of the tautology, we find all the acceptance values, either RA or C. Only the acceptance values is there, because that is the designated value here, acceptance, either RA or CA. In case of exclusive also, in the final column, we will find the acceptance value only. Now, so in one sense we can say that X or Y is explained, that means maximum of X or X and Y, X or Y, that is the inclusive sense. And in case of X and Y, there is a minimum of X and Y. The other things I have already said, that there are two kinds of disjunctions. One is attend the seminar or write down the topics, and the other is take a walk or stay at home. Now, you see, in case of conditional statements, conditional imperative statement, one is the antecedent portion, the other is the consequent portion. Now, in a conditional statement, both the elements, both the constituents cannot be imperative. You can think about it. In case of conditional, one portion, mainly the antecedent portion, should be in the descriptive sense, should be a descriptive statement. It cannot be the imperative. If something, then something. So if what comes after if, that should be in the descriptive form. So the combination, if we want to interpret implication in terms of negation and or, as we normally do, simply negation and or, then the table of or we have provided is only between or between two imperative statements. But in case of implication, we have to we have to know the table of the combination of imperative statement and the descriptive statement. So we need it. For example, in the example I have just referred, example B, prepare your checklist early or you will suffer. Don't prepare your checklist early and therefore you will suffer. Take this argument. Here, of course, in the first sentence you say, prepare your checklist early is the imperative part and you will suffer. This is the descriptive statement. So these are two kinds of, so let us take C as imperative and S as declarative. Now, this is a conjunction. Imperative declarative statement should be true or false. Imperative should be of 4 values. So if there is a combination and if there is a conjunctive statement, one portion is imperative, the other is declarative, then this should be the table that will define their value. And then the disjunction. This is a disjunction. One portion is imperative. This is important because in defining implication, we need this. Because in implication, negation P or Q, if P is descriptive and Q is imperative, then we have to apply this one. So accordingly the implication. This implication holds in case of a single conditional statement where the antecedent is descriptive and the consequent is prescriptive. But you see, when you test a full argument, we combine the premises together in a conjunction, and then we put the implication sign and then the conclusion. So in that case, in the left-hand side, it may be the case that on the left-hand side there are 4 values, there is an imperative statement, the combination is an imperative statement, and the conclusion is descriptive, as because imperative argument consists of a combination of imperative and descriptive sentences. So it may happen that, so we need another table also for this implication, where the antecedent portion, here it's not a single sentence. In single imperative conditional statement, always the antecedent is descriptive. But when we combine the premises together and then the conclusion can be descriptive and the antecedent can be imperative, so that in that case we need this table also. Now, with the help of this one, now so I am going to test this, as we have just said, which was found to be intuitively invalid and invalid according to the definition of meriting endorsement. I'm trying to do that, but only one point we want to mention that deduction in this case, x arrow y, this should be understood in the context of imperative logic, because we know that in classical two-valued logic, deduction or validity is defined in terms of truth. Valid deductive argument, if the premises are true, the conclusion is true. So it is defined in terms of truth. But here, validity is defined in terms of satisfaction. That is the only difference. Now, this is the table. In this table, you see, in the final column, the arrow shows that all the values are acceptance values. So that is according to the tables I have just shown you, that the conjunction and the disjunction and the implication. So this is the table of validity. And with the help of this kind of table, acceptance table rather, we can test all our standard tautologies, including the arguments involving command statements. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Yes, questions or comments? No, yes. No.
You gave certain examples where the conjunction is not simple conjunction, but where the temporal order is involved in the conjunction. And there, when you say that yes, the character of command statement changed. But what I am finding is that is not due to the command, or the character is not changing because of the command. It remains the same, but because of the nature of particular nature of that conjunction with temporality, it is affecting that one. But in your presentation, it appeared that you are claiming that this is a different kind of command, but that you can, I think, make qualified.
Thank you for the question. Actually, it defends my case only, because I have given one example of command statement without temporality, and another is advice or request with temporality. So what I claim is that the first one is valid, the second one is not. If we add temporal, definitely we can add temporality to the command statement also. So if we add temporality, then also the previous system of Branagh cannot explain it. If we include temporality, that means the first definition, conclusion is following, the second conclusion there is a problem, because there is a temporality. So that is the point where why we need another logical system. It will explain any imperative with temporality. That I wanted to say.
The same in the context of declarative logic also.
Yeah.
That is the same in the context of conditional logic also.
Yeah.
Whenever there is the nature of conjunction changes, you will have to have other kinds of
that is one variety. Yes, of course. That is why also that logic is not sufficient, because it cannot explain the temporality. But it happens. Sometimes we say shoot this person and then go to that place. If somebody is given that order, that also there is a time gap.
I just wanted to say that you pointed out that the nature of command is changing. But it is not, I don't think that nature of command is changing.
Okay, but
the argument
Yeah, yeah, definitely. More examples also are needed. Definitely, more examples.
I have just one suggestion. I don't know whether it will be relevant to your paper, but just came to my mind. Long ago, our teacher Ramakrishna Das, he had published a paper in the Journal of Indian Academy, the peculiar canned core and dan door.
Okay.
That may be helpful.
Okay, okay.
That
Thank you,
inclusive or exclusive or
sir. Okay.
things like that.
So I want some response from the mathematics department. Now, what is their question in it? Yeah, of course. Of course. Wow.
Imperatives as we find in Kant, because you said that both in the Indian tradition and Western tradition, the imperatives, I use the term generally, imperatives are goal-oriented, whether the goals are explicitly stated or not. So what about imperatives like Kantian categorical imperative, which is not aimed at any goal?
Actually,
would you exclude them from your logic of imperatives, or would you keep them?
Of course, they are there, because you see, in the argument, the second one, don't prepare your checklist early. That is the categorical imperative. So it has got no condition. So, but if we want to make an argument, you have to use it hypothetical imperative. And Kant also calls it imperative. That is a variety, but it is an imperative. So one portion of it, one constituent part is imperative, then the whole sentence is called imperative. That is accepted by Kant also. But only if you use only categorical imperative, you cannot construct an argument, full argument. You have to use the disjunction and all that. The connectives should be there. Otherwise, you cannot come to a conclusion. That's the point.
Now it is time for lunch. So we thank the speaker. Let's give a hand for the speaker. And yeah, on to yes.
Yeah, we will now break for lunch. So we'll try to race back to this room by 2:15. There will be cars outside, so please assemble in this outside area so that we can all go together. Not a big car, there are many cars, so we'll accommodate some.
Now we are going to start afternoon session. We have 3 speakers. First one is the only speaker from this institution. Dr. Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay is the first speaker. Partha, please start.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and warm welcome to my institute. By the way, just before beginning, I am a bit abashed to tell you that my topic is quite far away from what you have been discussing for the day or will be discussing for next 2 days. This is not logic per se, but if you don't like the topic, the onus will rest upon my good friend Pulok or my revered teacher, because he has instructed me to talk on this topic. So, as you can see, I'll be talking about a little part on an important part of ancient Indian mathematics. Pingala Chanda Sutram is a prosodic text by Pingala, dated around 3rd century, 2nd or 3rd century BC. It happens to have an amazing amount of combinatorial mathematics involved in this text. So we'll try to throw some light on it in this very short period of time, which is by any means or standard not enough, anything but enough. So I'll not try to, put the things in greater details. Rather, I'll be very sketchy and try to concentrate on 1 or 2 points to explain you what these claims are actually based upon. See, when you talk about mathematics and India, the first thing that comes to mind is this tremendous contribution of the concept of decimal place value system along with 0. So sometimes people say that the greatest contribution of India to international mathematics is 0. Now this is no pun intended, this is a factual truth. But, somehow or other this tremendous contribution eclipses all the other seminal contributions of India to the modern mathematics. Somehow our system does not permit us, there is no scope of learning them at any point of time in our normal education system. So most of the educated Indian folk, even from the background of mathematics, are not aware of these things. And Sanskritists who are aware of these things, they find this part rather disinteresting or difficult because it involves mathematics. There is a taboo, just few seconds back, listening, madam telling the same thing, that Saurabh will be talking about mathematics tomorrow, so let us not join that. So you see, whenever that is the kind of taboo that acts. Sanskritists, they know that is there, but they are not actually, trying to delve deep into it and try and understand the significance. And mathematicians say, oh, that's in Sanskrit, you don't know Sanskrit. So that's how it happens in India, which is very unfortunate. Anyway, so I will not stand on 0 because I can talk for hours on that subject. Rather, I will invite all of you to this 0 gallery, which is situated 3 stairs upward here. Tomorrow I will try, I take this opportunity to request all of you to attend this 0 gallery and request my good friend to arrange something so that you can have a tour of this 0 gallery. This is something where we will see this 5,000 year of human civilization, not just in India, across all the ancient civilizations, their system of enumerations, the advantage and disadvantage of these enumerations, where they did have their own versions of 0. If they did, then why that is not considered as the progenitor of modern 0? What is the speciality of Indian 0? All these things are showcased here in this 0 gallery. And if you are you don't have time or somehow cannot adjust your schedule, then this is my humble submission. There is these kind of things that you can YouTube. This is done by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. They had kind of interviewed me in front of those panels, and this is something that you can have there. This Genesis of 0 is one documentary film that we formerly made, and that is also available in the YouTube. It was showcased, as you can see, in the International Science Film Festival of India 2001. If your time and schedule permits, the film is itself right in this machine. It's a 40 minutes documentary telling you the whole story, the narrative, and then you can visit 0 Gallery to see what it is all about. One very important aspect of the gallery, which unfortunately is for the Bengali speakers only, that the whole story there is narrated in Bengali rhymes. It's called Chora in Bengali, right? So please, if you find some time, it'll be fine. Or if you are interested in more technical kind of lecture on inception of zero, this is one that I can suggest again from YouTube. This is called The Natural History of Zero. This is IIT Gandhinagar. There are so many other talks there. So let me now come back to this topic that I want to concentrate today, getting out of zero. You see, this gentleman, Manjul Bhargava, it's a well-known name. This is the first ever Indian origin Fields medalist. Now, he says in an interview that students in India should be taught about the great ancient Indian mathematicians like Panini, Pingala, Hemachandra, Aryabhata and Bhaskara, right? So these names perhaps are well-known, some of them. Panini in the context of grammar, Pingala, if you know the name prior to my mentioning, this in context of prosody, and Hemachandra, this is another prosodist, and then Aryabhata and Bhaskara are well known, perhaps much better known than the previous name in terms of mathematics. But here you see the great mathematician of our contemporary times, Manjul, he is mentioning all of them as mathematicians. Why? There is a beautiful structural presentation of the subject that they have done, these Panini and Pingala. These not mathematicians themselves. The texts are not per se mathematics. Don't be afraid of that. But the structural presentation of their subject, this is so much mathematical in nature and spirit. That's what he is trying to mention. Actually, this particular book, this Chanda Sutra by Pingala, he says that this has influenced the mathematicians. This book presents the first known description of a binary numeral system in connection with the semantic enumeration of meters with fixed patterns of short and long syllable. Well, I'm afraid this is a very technical subject. So within this span of 40 minutes, it's a uphill task to try and explain all the details and make it meaningful to you. I'll try a little bit of that, making things as simple as possible, not getting into the finer tidbits of the subject, just to give you a taste of what this is all about and how this involves this beautiful mathematics. The level of mathematics, it happens to be what we now teach in class 11th and 12th standard, combinatorics, permutations and combinations. And that is there in a prosody textbook, and that too in 3rd century BC in India. That's what you must ponder upon. That's what the most important point of this particular lecture is. So here is something about that Indian culture, this culture that this so-called Vedic Indian culture that we are talking about. But prior to that, there was an Indian culture in the Harappan's civilization, but less known. We don't know much about their other things because the seals have not yet been deciphered to be a language, or we don't know actually what they mean. So once that is known, then 7500 BC, Rakhigari and other places, now it is established that there was a greater Harappan civilization, but we really don't know much about them to talk or incorporate them in such a talk. So our talk actually limits us, say, at the most 1500 BC, the Vedic period, and onward. So this is the society I am talking about, the society that used to think about mathematics in this high esteem, that it says, Jatha Shikha Mayuranang Naganang Manayo Jatha, etc., etc. Let us not talk about Sanskrit much. So, not that I know Sanskrit much. I know a little bit what I am talking about. Beyond that, I know nothing. So, the thing is, it's telling that like the gem in the head of the serpent, or the crest of the peacock, mathematics happens to be at the helm of all these science, or all the aparavidya. There's a difference, para and aparavidya. So it's an aparavidya, and it happens to be at the top of that. Murdhana sthitam. So a murdhani sthitam. Now this society, the Vedic society, to understand Ved, their prescription was that you have to understand the 6 limbs of the Vedas, called this Siksha, Kalpa, Vyakarana, Nirukta, Chanda and Jyotish. And this is the Chanda that we are going to talk about today. So understanding of this was absolutely important for them. Mastery of all these branches only allows you or permits you to be a purely Vedic seer, or to recite and understand Vedas. Beyond that, I mean, without doing these things, if you try Vedas, it is said that you will be even a sinner, right? Such slokas are there. So we will be talking about the Chanda Shastra, right? This is the sloka I was just referring to. Without understanding the Rishi or the Devata who is associated with a particular sloka, the meter, Jodhapaye Jape Dwapi, whoever is teaching that, or you are reading it, Papi Anjayate Tu Saha, actually you will be treated as a sinner. without understanding all these details of all these 6 branches if you want to study Veda. So that was the importance of Chanda, right? With that, another thing that you must understand, that this idea of Sutra, this is a kind of Sutra literature. Sutra is a prose aphorism and very apt, very cryptic in nature. Just stating the Sutra, and if you know a Sanskrit, you will not understand the significance of the Sutra unless it is explained by some expert, as used to be at the time of Shruti by the Guru. You are supposed to be there. Sutras are terse and small in syllable. The definition there. The first term itself states Alpa Akshara. So Akshara here is syllable, the unit of pronunciation. The smallest unit of pronunciation, not in the sense of Akhara in Bengali as we say, it's not that. It's the smallest unit of pronunciation, the sound that you can utter. And it has to be Alpa Akshara, less syllable as possible. That's the first condition to be a Sutra. And then Ashandigdham, Sharabat, like a gist, Vishyato universal. Astobham, there should be no irrelevant, meaningless term, no poetic prophecy there. It's not the place for doing that. It has to be crisp and anavadda, unique, and then it becomes a Sutra. So you need a support system. Yes. That's faultless. Anavaddam, Sutram, Sutra, Vida, Vidu. So the spirit is this, that it has to be very crisp in nature. So as you will see, the Pingala Sutras that I'll be referring to, 1, 2, 4, 5 of them that I have time to, without further explanation given by the latter, commentators, it's almost impossible to understand what they actually want to mean. So, these are the text reference fortunately available to us. It's an unfortunate fact for ancient India is the Shruti period, most of the things were uttered and, that actually as a tradition continued. But there is no written document of that. So this is a big problem when you want to place this in the international podium and discuss with others what Babylonian did, what Egyptians did, what Mayans did. Unfortunately, everybody had a record, a written record of that, which in case of India you don't have. So there is always a scope of controversy that whether it was there in this particular form, etc., etc. Even there are some extreme opinion that this should not be considered as history as well. I mean, history is something which has a written record. Now, if you go by this kind of narrow definition, then you have to simply leave aside the Indian civilization, which we don't think a very good thing to do. Anyway, so these are some references, the reference text that is available on this particular text, which is extant, which is taught at the master's level of Sanskrit, if I'm not wrong, this Chanda Sutra, and particular reference to this Pingala Chanda Sutra. There are many other prosodist, other Chanda Sutra texts. This one is the oldest one that is extant. Not that this is the oldest one in terms of creation. Before Pingala, there were other prosodists. The reference, their names are found in several texts, but their actual work is unfortunately not extant anymore. So this, with this reference, see, this some stall sounding claims that I'm going to make. That in the 8th chapter of this book, there are 8 chapters. The 8th chapter has some sophisticated mathematical calculations, which is akin to binary to decimal conversion and decimal to binary conversion. This is almost 1,900 years before Leibniz. This is formally attributed to Leibniz, this idea of binary number, that system that uses only 2 symbols, 0 and 1. And you can see that almost the same thing is being done here, but in the context of prosody. Not in the symbols of 0 and 1, but in the symbols of Laghu and Guru. Basically 2 symbols, and you can replace one of them by 0 and one of them by 1, you get what is exactly the binary representation of the numbers. Not only that, the Pascal triangle, once again, time of these people, these giant thinkers, this is 17th century Europe. And I'm talking about 3rd century BC in India. Almost 2000 years ago, these were done by Indian people, Indian seers, in a completely different context. And you must try to appreciate this point, that a prosodist who is not a mathematician by training, he is using these things for his subject at such ease. Then what would have been the level of mathematics? The mathematicians at that point of time who did mathematics, what could have been the level there? Unfortunately, we don't have textual references directly. These are often found here and there, and then you rewrite the history. That's what that has been happening all through for India. The other one is some of the binomial coefficients. Now this is attributed to Newton. And finally the last one, the reference to the idea of mathematical zero as shunya. The oldest reference of this word mathematical shunya. Na? There is concept of shunya in philosophy. Zero, the idea, philosophical idea in India, in Greece, in other civilizations, some half-baked, some in different perspective. There are so many. But this mathematical zero on which you can do arithmetic, that actually evolved in India. And the first reference to that mathematical zero, I know if I ask blindly, I do ask it everywhere, wherever I go and lecture on this zero. Who invented zero? And the common answer is Aryabhata invented zero. It's even printed in the text. It's completely wrong. Aryabhata is 5th and 6th century person. And this is in 3rd century BC, you have the reference of zero is used in a mathematical computation. I'll show you if time permits in details. It's not very difficult. Level of mathematics, my dear madam, is just of 11th and 12th standard. So don't be afraid that Partho is taking some chance to, forcibly teach some mathematics here. It's not that. It's very simple mathematics, which almost common sense can tell you the answer. But you must understand these are being done by people 2000 years back. That's the matter of this whole thing. So I'll try to show this reference. So all these things perhaps I'll not have time to discuss in great details. Those who can read Bengali, unfortunately, with an apology to others, this is a book that I have written recently. Unfortunately, once again, is not available right now. 500 copies were printed and they are completely sold out right now. So this is a book where I have tried to explain in simple Bengali all these sutras and the references to mathematics, how you can understand that. It's written for common layman. I know my revered teacher, Professor Chakraborty, I'm fortunate that he had reviewed the book. So now, technical things, little bit of technical things that will be necessary to understand the perspective of this. See, the meters in Sanskrit, Akshara Chanda and Matra Chanda, is a very broad division. Akshara, as I told you already, syllable, is a unit of pronunciation that the smallest part of that's called Akshara. And Matra, Akshara usually are in two kinds here, Laghu and Guru. Right? There are some formal definitions with nitty-gritty. I'll not get into that. I'll give you a very broad kind of definition. So difference between Akshara and Matra is when Akshara you are actually bothering about the syllabic representation of the thing in a Matra. So there you have a kind of, if in your language, it's a poetry kind of thing. There are several places that's to be filled with this Akshara. There are only two types of Akshara in your hand. Either it's a Laghu or it's a Guru. So you are making kind of arrangements. So mathematically you are talking about arranging things, which is nothing but permutations, or selecting things out of some given things, which is combination. So, and you are counting the process, how many ways I can do it, in how many ways a certain chanda can be made, or how many variants a certain chanda can have with this specific number of Akshara. Right? There are several Vedic chandas and Lokik chandas, and there are strict formulations of that. Total number of this Akshara is stipulated, fixed, like Gayatri, Ushnika. There's 7 such Vedic chandas and many other Lokik chandas. These names tell you that how many places are vacant that are to be filled by this Laghu and Guru. That's the practice. That's what they are doing, these prosodists. And Matra is about time. Total count of Matra means you assign 1 to this Laghu and 2, that's twice as much time that is needed for uttering the Guru, right? One simple example from Sanskrit, which is very same as in Bengali, O and A. O is a Laghu, A is a Guru. So it takes, theoretically it is being taken that the Guru takes twice as much time as this one. And you count this time and arrange this, that's called Matra Chanda. Mostly Pingala did what is Akshara Chanda, but there are several important references to Matra Chanda as well. And one such, if I don't have time to finish before that, just mention that one such thing leads to what is now known as Fibonacci sequence. I'll try to reach that point at least. So these are kind of chandas, as I told you. There's a Gayatri, Ushnik. Don't bother about their names. Mathematical structure formulation is needed in this sense that Gayatri, you have this fixed number of syllables, Akshara, 24. And there has to be, 6 into 4. So there are 4 lines. This is called Samabrita Chatushpada Chanda. Right? There are, again, various other variants, not getting into that. So 4 such lines complete the whole Chanda, one stanza. And each line has 6 vacant places to be filled in by Laghu and Guru. A purely mathematical thing, nothing else. When it comes to Ushnik, this is 28 syllables and divided in 4 such lines. Each line having 7 such places to be filled in Laghu and Guru. And you see that structure. There are some aberrations, certain things like here, this is a Tripada Gayatri. This one is a bit different, the Pankti Chanda. Let us not get into those unnecessary details right for the moment. The basic structure of this is understood, I hope. And then, so this syllable, the foot, the line, one line is called technically a pada, foot, and this is the chanda, meter, made with that. So, this light and heavy. So, for the sake of understanding of non-Bengali speaker, we will denote them by L and G. Laghu and Guru, L and G. Right? And some examples, some very rough definition that usually a short vowel, in Bengali you have short vowels and long vowels. So this is Sanskrit as well. So short vowel followed by at most one consonant is Laghu, and other things like long vowels, diphthongs, vowels followed by 2 or more consonants. These are some long vowels in Bengali and Sanskrit script as well. So there are fixed things, right? And there are some other aberrations, nitty-gritties, I am not getting into that. So with that, just one example to make things more tangible, that how to understand what is what. This is a Sanskrit, very common stotra, it's Gayatri stotra, Tat Savitur Varenyam. So I'll just utter and try to make you understand how you scan and understand which is L and which is G here. You see, you try to break it up and pronounce. So Tat. Can you break it up further? Can you say To? Yes. But then what about the rest? Tat. You can utter it totally. So this has to be conjoined. You cannot keep it To. Fine, To is fine, but then what about the rest? Tat. You can't pronounce that. So this Tat has to be taken together, and that's how it's a conjunct consonant, and it is assigned a Guru. You understand that? Sa, Vi, Tur, Va, Re, Ni, So these are the unique way you can break it up in terms of syllables, and according to the definition, this is the unique assignment of Laghu and Guru that you can do to it, right? So Guru, Laghu, Guru, etc., etc., etc. I hope that is understood, right? And once you do that, with respect to this kind of divisions, now you try to understand analyze the possible patterns of different metrics, right? So, like this, these are 3 such, it's called a triplet, this is called a Gana. Triplets of things, 3 vacant places to be filled by these 2 symbols. Forget about technicalities, just ordinary mathematics. 3 vacant places filled by 2 symbols, each can be repeated. So what are the possible combinations? Well, these days any student can immediately say it's 2 to the power 3. Every place can be filled in 2 different ways, 3 places, 2 to the power 3, 8. So here is a definite pattern of these 8 occurrences. See, if you want to write them blindly, say GGG, GLG, LGG, and then suddenly, if the number is small, possibly you can find out all the option and complete the list. But instead of 3, if I give you 10, then the whole list should be 2 to the power 10 variant. And you cannot write it blindly. You need to have a formal canonical algorithm that will not allow you to miss even a single possibility. So that was given by them. Not just for this. This is the beginning of the book. This is the very beginning of the book where 3 such things put together. He is talking about these 8 variants, and these 8 variants are placed in this particular manner in a very logical and rational way, which will lead to the corresponding numbering of them, which is called a rank number. You will see the first one get the number 1, the second one get the number 2, not by assignment, but by a canonical rule. And this is something very, very similar to what you do in case of evaluating the Boolean expressions in Boolean algebra, assigning 0 and 1 and evaluating the Boolean expression. It's very much similar to that. Okay, not getting into the further details of this one, let me go to the things that he has actually did, this Pingala. The 8th chapter forms these questions. Provide a list, ordered in some canonical way, of all the distinct meters of length n. That is, find a simple rule for ordering all the sequences like x1, x2, xn. Mind you, each of them is either L or G, So you make a rule how you can frame it, however large it may be, just like that 10 or 12 places. Jagati Chanda, it has 12 vacant places. So variance will be 2 to the power 12. If you are thinking that we now know it is 2 to the power 12, did they? Yes, they did. They had an algorithm for calculating that number 2. That how exactly the number will be, how many variants are, and how to write all of them without missing anyone by some technical procedure. So that is one question. Given the rule, give an algorithm to the correspondence between the sequence and its position in the ordering, in which particular position this particular sequence of L and G will occur in that particular variant. That's called rank number association. So you have a LG, LG, LG kind of thing. You have a unique rank associated with it for that particular chanda. And if you know the rank, you can decipher and calculate this LG uniquely. These are two things. These will lead to binary to decimal and decimal to binary correspondence, as I will show you shortly. And okay, one more perhaps. This leads to what number of sequences, once you have made the entire table, what number of them has a fixed number k less than n of Lagu? Can you see this question? This is nothing but combinatorial question. Out of n vacant places, how many are filled with L? How many options are there where 2 L's are there? How many options with 3 L's are there? So you're talking about, in modern mathematical language, NC2 and NC3 and NC4, the binomial coefficients, and the sum of their binomial coefficients. And that leads to what is known as Pascal's triangle, ekadayadi lagakriya. And this find an efficient algorithm for total number of sequence. And this is where you come across that reference to shunya in this particular algorithm. Just as a passing remark, the word algorithm is attributed to Al-Khwarizmi, 9th century Arabian mathematician who actually did this. And his name was Latinized later on. He wrote the book Al-Jabr, which gave rise to this word algebra. And West people thinks that word algorithm came from his name. And here you see an example of algorithm in 300 BC in India. Anyway, so this technically these are the things. Prostara, Nashtam Uddishtam, Ekodayadi Lagakriya. 6 such things are there. Shankha Choivadbhajogascha Shadete Pratyayasrita. That's the rule. So this Prostaro is the matrix bed of all these possible things that you can make. Nashtam, that is when this particular line is somehow, it is destroyed. Then fortunately you know the rank number. From the number can you reconstruct the line? That's Nashtam. Uddishtam is given a particular sequence, what is the unique rank number that you can associate with it? A rule for that. And then Lagokriya, etc. Okay. So these are the things that I told you already, that they actually go to, I will not have time to discuss all the things detailed. Let me just tell you 1 or 2 things. I think because this one is something very important for me, most interesting for me. So this is the last one actually, Shankha. It tells you that there are n places vacant and you have to fill it by Laghu and Guru, and how many ways you can do that. I'll just show you the algorithm here. You see what happens. There are 4 sutras. The first one, Dir Ardhe, then Rupe Shunyam, that's a reference to 0, Di Shunne, and Tabat Ardhe Tadgunitam. Just concentrate on the board, please. There are, suppose, it's an example only. And once I finish the example, you will see it's independent of this particular number. It could have been done with any number whatsoever. Suppose I take this particular Chanda Ushnik, where there are 7 vacant places to be filled in by Laghu and Guru. So everybody knows the answer should be 2 to the power 7. But how Pingala does it? What is the algorithm he is proposing? He says that first you write the number of syllable. If this number of syllable, you try to halve it. That means whether either it's even or it's odd. If it's even, that means you can halve it. Dir Ardhe. You can halve it, do that, and write a 2 in a separate column to denote that you could have halved it. If you cannot halve it, then Rupe Shunyam. Rupe means Rupam Aponayet. That's 1. Subtract from it, make it even, and then divide by 2. And to mark this actual process, write a 0 in that corresponding column. So that's what you are supposed to do. Just see here, 7. So 7, you cannot do the halving. So you make it 6 by subtracting 1. That's how you are denoting it by this 0 in the second column. Sorry. And then here you see 6 can be halved in 3. So you write a 2 there. 3 cannot be halved. So you subtract and then write a 0. This 2, it can be halved. So 1. That's why you write 2. And then this 1 cannot be halved. So you subtract 1 and you reach 0. And that is another thing. This process is bound to terminate with 0. Whatever number n you start with, you do these 2 options, you can check it, it is bound to terminate with 0. That's one direction. The other 2 sutras, Di Shunne and Tabat Ardhe Tadgunitam, tells you to go in the reverse direction and construct now your answer, that how many such options are possible. They start with 1 always. They know that 0 multiplied by some number will not give you anything. It will stay there. So you start with 1 as the number in hand. Now what is there? Di Shunne. That means If you have a 0, the marker, you mark it, what you have done the previous particular corresponding step. If it is 0 marked, then whatever number you have in your hand, multiply it by 2. And if you see that there is a 2, tabat ardhe, where you could have it, tad gunitam, multiply it by itself. That means square it. So that's the rationale, that's the logic here. It says, so here you start with 1, you find the marker 0, so multiply by 2. Then there is a 2, so multiply 2 with itself, that's 2 squared. Then this is 0, so multiply it by 2. Then there is a 2, so square it. Then there is a 0, so multiply, and it ends there. And you will reach this 2 to the power 7. Instead of doing with 7, try it with any number, you will reach that 2 to the power n. This is modern day computer scientists, this method is called divide and conquer. You subdivide the problem into smaller parts and then go back to the original one. So this is something where you find the reference to this shunya, this mathematical 0 that is taking part in this whole thing. And the other one, the Fibonacci sequence, maybe I'll just finish with that. You see, this is given by Virahanka. It's in 7th century, one prosodist, it's in Prakrit language, it's called Britta Jati Shamuchaya. He is giving the interpretation of Pingala's work, and there he is mentioning this, Evangcha Varnavitre Matra Vittana Mannatha Bhavati, etc., etc. So this is about Matra Britta, the thing that counts the time rather than the number of syllables. Total matra that is to be counted, and that's how the prosodists will proceed to understand the difference between the other between more than one things. So here he says, "Do purbo bikalpo ya miloitta jayate shankha." It means two previous and the one before that. You just add them, miloitta, and adding you get this shankha. Shankha is this jargon that we have been dealing here. That is 2 to the power n. That is technically called shankha. It's not number. It's the technical jargon that actually refers to the 2 to the power n. So it says that if you do it in matra britta chanda, then the previous 2 stages, if you add, you get the one that is next, which is actually the generating function for this so-called Fibonacci sequence. I'll show you just one example. Is one more person, Hemachandra, is mentioned by Manjul. He is in 1150, and you know when Fibonacci did these things? Fibonacci's book is in 1202, Liber Baki. So this is some 500 years before Fibonacci, the person Virahanka, and this is 50 years at least before Fibonacci. And the same thing is stated here. Onkanto panta jogaha pare pare matranam. So just with one example I finish. So consider L is 1 and G is 2 as per the convention. And then given a positive integer n, how many different matra meter permutations have the length equal to n? That's the matra analysis. Total length is fixed, n. So how many matra meter permutations have length n? So for an example, look at the nth sequence formed by this above rule. The answer is given by the nth term in the sequence that is formed by this rule. So you form the sequence, see, it is the sequence 1, n equals to 1, there is only one way you can do it. L, that's Laghu. 2 you can do it 2 way, either it is LL or it is only G. That's how 1, 2, 3, and that's the rule you see here. There's a rule you see here. This is actually giving you the so-called Fibonacci sequence. Sorry. That is actually giving you the so-called Fibonacci sequence. For example, you want to know that you have n is equals to 4. So how many matras are there when total will be 4? You need not actually compute this and find. You go to the 4th term of the sequence, that tells you the answer, 5. That is precisely what he is telling in a context of something different. But what he is actually developing is the same exactly as Fibonacci sequence. You see here, 5, these are the 5 options that you can make 4 matras. Either 2 gurus, 2 plus 2. Guru, Laghu, Laghu, 2 plus 1 plus 1. Laghu, Guru, Laghu, 1 plus 2 plus 1. Laghu, Laghu, Guru, and then Laghu, 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 Laghu. That's the only 5 possible options. That's how for any n given, if you just complete, it can't be completed, you just proceed along this line, you can always find out this total number of variants by this rule, and this is nothing but Fibonacci sequence. So it's time that we talk about them as Virahanka Fibonacci sequence, not just Fibonacci sequence. Anyway, I don't have time, so I'll just, a very dissatisfactory presentation, I'll have to stop here with, just showing you the references if you are interested, and telling you once again that most welcome to Zero Gallery that we have actually made here. Thank you very much. সময় দিন, you give me time, why Pascal, I can tell you everything. Give me an hour and half an hour, 2 an hour, 3 hours, I can talk about that continuously. A Pascal triangle I can show you if you are interested. Sure, no problem, no problem. I would only love to. Yeah, I would only love to. No, Chobite sir, actually you won't get the understanding of the thing. Pascal triangle comes from what is known as Ekadayadi Laga Kriya. And this is the Pascal triangle looks like. Now Pascal triangle derivation, there are several rules. This is by Bharata, the Bharata Muni in Natya Shastra. This is Meru Prostara by Halayud in 950. So these are different types of things, but they lead to Pascal triangle ultimately. What they are calculating here is, this is the rule given. This rule, if you interpret, will lead to this kind of thing. And this, you put it this way, you see that's the Pascal triangle. They are not doing binomial computations. They are doing the prosodical analysis. But in doing that, what they are talking about turns out to be what we now call as the binomial coefficients. Not only the coefficients, the sum of the coefficients. All these things, if you just allow me to scan through the slides and show you, see, these are variants of Pascal triangle. The slides will show you there are sum total formula, the binomial coefficient sum formula, this formula, everything comes from this one. The sum of GP series, which latter was furthered by Sridhara. It's a particular GP series that is summed here with 2 as common ratio. The sum of the GP series formula is there. Many beautiful things are there which now we talk about as combinatorics. But unfortunately these, there is no scope of learning these things in our formal education system till date. That's very unfortunate. And even more unfortunate is this entire ancient Indian mathematics now has been hijacked politically by political parties. X says there was nothing, Y says there was everything, and nobody knows actually what was there. That's the most pitiable thing, that nobody bothers to know what actually was there. No mumbo jumbo is needed. If you really know what is there, it's tremendous. It's absolutely marvelous. You don't need to talk about this nonsense of Ganesha having plastic surgery. Rubbish. That's rubbish. But you know what they are doing? These people who are talking about this kind of nonsense, they are doing more damage than good. Because with that, the other school of thought who want to establish that there was nothing in India, everything came with Alexander and all these things, Greece is the cradle of modern civilization, all this philosophy, they are actually using this nonsense kind of talks in their intention and telling, oh, it was there everything, Bade Shob ase. Okay, Bade Shob nahi, but Bade Kisui nahi is equally nonsense. And this is Vedas, right? Veda doesn't mean Sanhitas only. You talk about Shulva Sutras, you talk about Chanda Sutras, these are integral part of Vedas. Vedic seers told about these limbs without which Veda is incomplete. But unfortunately, that's the state of affairs. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Mukhopadhyay. Since, sir, we'll ask tomorrow during Geo. Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing is, I recently came across a huge work of computation done in conservatives. So I came across this thing, that what could be the possible meanings of a generic term. They start with 8 alternatives.
Right, here also.
And then go on doing it.
Yes.
The ultimate number is 27,660. So if you are interested, I can give you the material.
Sure, sir, sure. That will be very interesting. Here also they begin with 8 options, as I shown you. The Gana. Ma, ya, ra, sa, ta, ja, vana. These are the 8 Gana. And with this Gana distribution, he is talking about all this analysis.
So
Thank you. Yes, I'll be interested, surely.
Yeah.
Natya Shastra slide is here. Yeah. This is the Bharata Natya Shastra reference. This is the interpretation by Bharata. This is from erstwhile text, Ekattara Kramasha Purva Prikta Lashankhaya. This is the interpretation of that by Bharata in Natya Shastra. So if I translate it, sorry. I don't know. You know, this. Taking time, unfortunately. Yeah, there you are. So that's the rule he is stating. Put down a sequence repeatedly increased by 1 up to the number of syllables of the meter. Also add the next number to the previous number until the sum is finished. Also, after thus doing the process of addition to the next, the formation of partial sums. I'll show you the meaning of that. The meaning of that is here. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you are making partial. This is called a sequence in mathematics. So it's a finite sequence. And next one is the partial sum of that. See 1, start with 1, and then 1 plus 2 diagonally is 3. 3 plus 3 is 6. 6 plus 4 is 10. 10 plus 5 is 15. And so on. And it is stated that you have to leave it here and then go back to that. So it will decrease in size. And that is how you get this. This is called Shuchi Prostara by Bharata. Right? There are two kinds of Prostara. Halayud gave one which is called Meru Prostara, which looks exactly like this. This is the Meru Prostara, which is the Pascal triangle, nothing else. The sum of the, you see, a plus b whole square, 1, a square plus 2ab plus b square, and the a plus b whole cube, a cube. This is the coefficients, 1, 3, 3, 1, and then whole to the power 4. These are the coefficients. This is typically what is known as Pascal triangle. The same thing they are doing, but with a different perspective, with a different presentation, geometrically. You just rotate it like this. You get Pascal triangle. Jayanto, most welcome, madam, any day. Huh? Oh, I have 5 more minutes. Do I? Oh, so may I just go back to something more interesting? I mean, even more interesting than Pascal triangle will be the idea of associating binary numbers with this. This is more interesting. See, this is the rule for making that matrix bed, right? I told you that there must be a canonical rule by which you can make the entire matrix bed. So yes, see, this is the rule that is given. First line, see, this is very similar to how you assign 0 and 1 to binomial Boolean variables. You assign 0 and 1 in Boolean algebra. You cannot do it arbitrarily. See, this is the rule given there. Fix the first row with all G. Start the next row with G until you see a G on top of it. So that's it here. First, fill with all G. Then G, you write L. And once you write L, the right side is exactly similar from the top. Then you're going to start with G. We see G there, write L. And write everything in the previous. Again, you see G there, you write L. And everything that is there is same. So this is the rule you do. And if you maintain that rule, you will never miss any possible arrangement. However large this n may be, it is given for n is equal to 5, starts with Sharba Guru, and this is Sharba Laghu. And with this kind of things, how you can associate the idea of a rank number. The idea of rank number, come here, these are the first 8 options. Guru, Guru, Guru. It's called Magana. Ma, Ya, Rasa, Taja, Bhana. What you are doing? The rule says that on top of it, you write the powers of 2, starting with 1. From left to right. So powers of 2 here. 1, 2, 2 square, 4. And then you take Lagustha ye tu tatrankastoi shoi koi misritoir bhavet. So Laghu, wherever you have Laghu, oh, nonsense. I don't know. This is going back. No. It should come here. I don't know what is happening. Machines, they always tend to make trouble, you know. Ah. I don't know. It is going back actually. There. Just one more minute. You see the arrangement. It tells you take the Laghu. So wherever the position of Laghu, see there are all Gurus, so this is all 0. Laghu is 1 and this is 0, so you get this 1. And this is Laghu against 2, so that's a 2. And whatever you get the number like this, like here, these are 2 Laghus, 2 and 4, so that leaves you 6. But the number, rank number should be 1 more than that. Shao ekoi misrito irbhabet. 1 has to be added. And once you do that, now if this arrangement, you just see 0, 0, 0, take 0 for G and 1 for L, write these arrangements. And take the corresponding mirror reflection, which is a common rule for Indian mathematics, Onkanang Bamoto Goti. So you write it from this side to this side. The way still we write, usually Indians language we write from left to right, but when you make the number 123, 3 in the units, then to the left of it tens, then to the left of it thousands. So this is Bamoto Goti. So you just take the reverse and what you get is the corresponding binary numbers. This is the representation from binary to decimal, and the next one tells you, having this rank, how you can break it up uniquely into the corresponding things. So it's a one-to-one correspondence. Having every rank, every such option, you get a unique number, which is a rank number. That means from binary to decimal, associate this with this kind of thing. You just write Laghu as L and Guru as 0. And what do you get? You just reverse, that will be 1 less than the binary representation of the number. This rule, and why this 1 is added? Choikom Adhayo. This is a different reading. I got that Adhayo. I don't know why it is Adhayo there. This is handwriting of Leibniz, where he is first writing this binary representation, and that's in 17th century. So here you see these representations, binary to decimal and decimal to binary. Why this is 1 more? Why they want to make it 1 more? Because of this cardinal ordinal balance. The first one, according to this arrangement, should be 0. Because all things are 0. But we count from 1, we don't count from 0. So that's why they want to increase everything by 1. This one is first, second, third, fourth. So these 8, they get the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 8. And accordingly, any such thing you make, any large thing, you get a unique number associated with every such option. The number can be deciphered to this expression, the permutation, and the permutation can be converted into number. So that is the role of binary numbers over here. Do I have? No? Thank you very much. This is very clumsy, I'm so sorry, but it needs more time actually.
Thank you, Dr. Mukhopadhyay. Since we have no time, so we shall not take any question. If you have any question, you can ask him during tomorrow's Zero Gallery visit. We have a rearrangement. Petros Stefanis will speak now. It is the first online lecture. Pulap will take the charge. Shankho will take the charge, and after Petros' lecture, Arundhati will speak.
can you hear us? Petros, can you hear us now? Hello? Can you hear us? We can't hear you. For some reason we can't hear you still. Petros, can you? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. Oh, nice. Let me share my screen now. I have shared my screen, and here is the presentation. Can you see the presentation? Can I start? I cannot hear you, unfortunately. Can I start? Oh yes. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to talk to the annual conference of the Calcutta Logic Cycle. I would like also to thank Professor Michiel Tsatraborki, who visited us in Greece a few months ago. He stayed in Greece for almost a month. We think it was a very successful visit, and it was a visit that started a long-term collaboration. I would like also to thank Professor Tsatraborki for encouraging this collaboration. So I'm going to present to you the initial talk on a work in progress done in the framework of the PhD thesis of Asterios Gargounis. Asterios is going to join us later. The main idea of the work is to provide an algebraic framework for the process of mathematical proving. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So, the main idea...
Petros, can you enlarge your screen, please?
Yes, I'll do that, yes. Is it okay now? So the main idea of the work is to define a concept of prover coming out of tools used by Gauguin towards his work on concurrent interacting objects. In this talk, we will provide a detailed example of how we use observations in attempt to prove a sentence through prover morphisms. And finally, we show how we may generalize this in the framework of abstract model theory and possible applications to other fields of logics. So that's from the initial paper of Joseph Gauguin. Mathematicians talk of proofs as real things, but the only things that they can actually happen is in the real world are proof events or provings, which are actual experiences, each occurring at a particular time and place and involving particular people who have particular skills as members of an appropriate mathematical community. A proof event involves a person having a relevant background and interest in some mediating physical objects, such as spoken words, gestures, handwritten formula, etc. So we are going to use Gauguin's work on how to model systems using sieve theory to provide a framework how to describe provings. So the main idea is that objects give rise to sieves. Inheritance relations correspond to sieve morphisms. Systems correspond to diagrams of sieves, and the behavior of a system is given by the limit of its diagram. The main idea is to use formalization of observations. We can formalize such observations as functions f from u to a from some domain which is space or time or space-time to some set of attributes. A base of observation is a family of sets which are partially ordered by inclusion. An example of such a system is, for example, the discrete time systems, where the base consists of the intervals of natural numbers starting from initial time 0 and goes on. Another example is the example of finite intervals starting from 0. Another example is when the base consists of the semi-open intervals of real numbers. The bases of example 1 and 3 are topological space, where the case of example 2 is not. Another example is when P is a preordered set. Again, we define a topology that can be used as a base. For example, here, we start using the sieve machinery. For example, a pre-sieve is a functor from the opposite category of the base category to C, which C is the structure category. And then we start using restriction morphisms over this base category, and we define the concept of pre-object. A pre-object O over the base T is an attribute object A1 times A2, etc. is a pre-sieve of this form. So pre-objects correspond to pre-sieves, and then the elements of A may be called states, attributes, or events, depending on the concept, on the context, sorry. And then we define the concept of object. An object is a pre-object that has a so-called sieve condition. In the case of proofs, we are going to stress on these sieve conditions. Another example is the case of inverter. Another is gates, Boolean algebras, and electronic gates. And then we are going to use all these ideas, all these Gaussian-based ideas, to formalize the concept of proving. A prover may be regarded as a pre-object whose observable behavior consists of sequences of sentences in one or more formal languages, sentences in natural language, geometrical figures or diagrams, combinations of the above. So a prover then is the pre-sieve whose behavior is described by the following sieve. OI is the collection of all F from I to A, where A is the attribute object, and its A1, AM may correspond to a set of sentences originated from different from formal languages, natural languages, shapes, etc. Examples. Asterios has developed some very nice examples with propositional calculus and propositional calculus well-founded formulas. We note that L is a formal axiomatic theory for the propositional calculus with the following axiomatic schemes. These are the axiomatic schemes. and we also enrich this with modus ponens. Again, axiomatic schemes and how to enrich them. So here we define P21 as the set of all propositional, all observations, so to speak, over A1 times A2, where A1 is the set of propositional calculus, well-founded formulas, and A2 a set of sentences of some meta-language for A1. Another example, P22I is the set of all from I to I1, A1, A2 with this condition. And in general, Pn1 I is the set of all observations from I to A1, etc., An. A1, the set of propositional calculus, AK, the set of sentences of some meta-language, etc. Intuitively, we could say that AK is a meta-level or a level of abstractions from previous levels or a level of proving strategies from previous levels. All this now can be organized as systems, systems as diagrams, as we said before, given pre-objects O and O dash over the same base T. A morphism from O to A dash is a family of maps. So this diagram commutes. At this point, I would like to kindly ask Asterios if he's online to say a few words and continue the presentation. Is Asterios online? Can you allow him to enter the teleconference? Yes, I can hear you, yes. He has asked, he has made a request to join. So is it possible for Asterios to join? Otherwise, I can continue till... You don't see him. Okay, I continue then. So what is done here? Then we define a system of pre-objects, and we are using this concept to discuss about multiple inheritance. So we have O inherits from O1, O inherits from O2, etc. On. We may have a common language, E, and a peak diagram, a W diagram, and then we are going to use them, to combine them, in order to introduce the system of provers. A system of provers, if we have two provers, PI1 and PI2, such that PI2 includes PI1 and RI is the inclusion map for every I, then we call R the inclusion morphism, and we say that PI2 is a refinement of PI1. So the idea is that each step in proving somehow is the refinement of the previous one. This is another example. We can use projection morphisms. And then inheritance of the attributes. For example, if you have a proof of A towards A in the L axiomatic system, then we can have these steps, H1, H2, H3, these are steps, and then this is going to be refined in using axioms, and then we have random choices after the axioms in order to form the whole system of proving. Can you hear me? And then using this idea of refinement, we are going to describe the whole proving. As you can see here, these are the various steps of proving and the refinements from one step to the other. If we choose the observation following an analogous procedure, we can make a general abstract observation, use as many MPs as possible, and connect with A implies A, which could lead us to observation 2, but this time of some prover P14. So all these are proving steps within a system of provers. This procedure could continue through the following general observations. For example, A implies A must be the last part of an instance of some axiom in use. A implies A must be the last part of an instance of axiom 2 of L, which gradually leads to some adequately refined P1K and to the observation which is the proof of A implies A. This leads us to consider a final kind of prover, whose observations are paths, and the one as the one that we described above, through time. And now we can make systems of these provers. This is a quotation from Gowers. Even we think that some sort of idea just popped into your head out of nowhere. Actually, if you are not lazy and you think about it hard, you can work out at least a plausible story about how it popped into your head or could pop into other people's heads. And all this can be now generalized using the concept of structure category, and then define a concept, an abstract concept of proving system using the so-called sieve condition. This is the sieve condition within a structure category. So O is a sieve if the following is an equalizer diagram in C. This sieve condition now is going to be studied in the framework of institutions. Institutions are abstract logics, abstract model theory concepts, include the category of objects called signatures, a functor which gives rise to sentences, a factor which gives rise to models, a relation which is basically gives us the satisfaction condition. And with this framework, we need that this satisfaction condition is valid. And the basic idea is that truth is invariant under change of notation. And the basic idea, we would like to study these abstract systems of proofs within institutions using sieve condition. So we can define institutions as contravariant factors from a category scene to a category room. So I from scene to room, a factor, and we write IS for each object S and IF for each ROF. Then it's easy to see that scene and sen mod is an institution. The converse is also true. Institutions are exactly functors from the opposite of signature to room, where a room is a tuple SMR, such as S is a set, M is a category, and R is a function of this form, where, as usual, M is a class of objects of M, and S22 is the set of S2, where are these functions from S to 2, where F is function. A room morphism, SM, consists of a function S to S dash and a functor M from M dash to M, such that the diagram below commutes, where M is the discretization of M, i.e. the mapping on the objects may be given by M, and S combined with F for each function F from S dash to S to 2. Room is the category of rooms, and their morphisms have small limits. So the basic idea is to study abstract proof systems within abstract model theory. We are going to use this sieve condition combined with the so-called amalgamation property to have an abstract model theory-based approach to the abstract concept of proving. And with this, I would like to stop, and I would like to thank you all. It was a great pleasure for us to give this talk. And it's really, we are looking forward to meet you again in person. Thank you very much. I cannot hear.
Can you hear me now?
A bit.
Okay. Sorry for the problem with technology today.
No, not a problem. It's really sad that Asterios was not able to join.
Yeah, that's
not
a
a
pity.
I hope I made it as clear as I could.
We hope to meet you in person soon. Then we won't.
In person, and it was really great pleasure for us to start this collaboration.
Absolutely. Any questions?
Petros, do you hear me? Me here. Do you hear me, Petros?
I think we should better to send the questions by email because I cannot hear you.
Do you hear me now, Petros? No.
No. Very badly, very little. Very little I hear you.
Thank you. ছেড়ে দাও
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I can see you, but I cannot hear you very well. I cannot hear you. Bye.
Hello. Hello. হ্যালো সমুদা বলো হ্যালো
হ্যালো হ্যালো শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আমার কথাটা শুনতে পাচ্ছ? হ্যালো
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছি, শুনতে পাচ্ছি, তোমার কথা শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
ঠিক আছে
ঠিক আছে, তুমি একটু দূরে গিয়ে বলো দেখি।
হ্যালো
হ্যালো,
হ্যালো হ্যাঁ
তুমি টিভি থেকে দূরে গিয়ে বলো।
দূরেই আছি হ্যালো হ্যালো
মাইকে বলছো? ঠিক আছে,
হ্যালো
ঠিক আছে, শোনা যাচ্ছে।
না ক্লিক চেঞ্জটা হচ্ছে না এটা ওনা ওদিকে দিয়ে দিন।
So good evening and welcome to the final session of the first day. We have 3 talks in this session. We begin with Arundhati Sanyal. You have 15 minutes for the talk. Okay? So it's going to be on fuzzy filters and topologies and intuitionistic linear algebras. The floor is yours.
So hello everyone, I am going to talk about our joint work with Dr. Jayanto Sen and Sofikul Islam. So for some time we are working on an algebra for intuitionistic linear algebra or ILL. This algebra came from the study of linear logic, which was first proposed by Girard in 1987. And this linear logic does not assume the structural rules of contraction and weakening. Intuitionistic linear logic is a multiplicative additive fragment of this logic, and A. Toolstuff first introduced this IL algebra as the algebraic counterpart of that fragment of linear logic. So while investigating this IL algebra, we looked into 2 major directions. So one is about fuzzy filters and the other one is the topology algebra interplay. To understand these 2 directions, we have to understand filter theory of IL algebra first. So let's start with the definition of the IL algebra. So J is a non-empty set. There are 4 binary operations and 2 constants, bottom and 1. So J must form a bounded lattice. The least element is bottom and the greatest element is top. And J will also form a commutative monoid, where 1 is the monoidal identity. And there is this residuation property that this conjunction star and implication must satisfy. So this is the algebra. And this algebra is a more general structure than a residuated lattice. Why? Because in case of residuated lattice, the monoidal identity 1 is the top element of the lattice. But in our cases, this top is equal to 1 is not available for all cases. So we can see in this diagram, IL algebra is a significantly more general than all these other algebras. So in this diagram, these algebras are related to some or other non-classical logics. Residuated lattice, basic logic algebra, many-valued algebra, MTL, IMTL algebra, and this is CL algebra or classical linear algebra, another algebra related to linear logic, and in here also top is equal to 1 is not available. So this top is equal to 1 is equivalent to the property x star y less than equal to x. So in an IL algebra, for elements less than equal to 1, we still have x star y less than equal to x meet y. But for elements greater than equal to 1, we have x union y less than equal to x star y. So in an IL algebra, the part below 1 still behaves like a residuated lattice. The part above 1, it behaves differently. We can see an example. This is a lattice diagram, and these are binary composition tables for arrow and star. And from these 3, we can figure out that this is an IL algebra. So A is such an element which is greater than 1. And for this, A meet B is bottom, but A star B is top. So A star B less than equal to A meet B, that common property, is not available for all elements of this IL algebra. This difference motivated us to define filter of IL algebra a little differently. So the classic definition of filter was introduced by Peter Hayek on BL algebra, and the same definition also works for the other algebras that are residuated lattice, etc. So the definition is a non-empty subset of a BL algebra is a filter. For xy belongs to F, we have x star y in F, and for x belongs to F and x less than equal to y, we have y belongs to F. So filter is a common concept from order theory that has to be downward directed and upward closed. But in our cases, that x star y less than equal to x meet y not available, so we have to take the definition in this way. A non-empty subset of an IL algebra is a filter. If 1 is in that filter, if xy belongs to F implies x star y belongs to F, and there is this added property now, x meet y belongs to F. And the third property is same, that filter has to be upward directed. So I'm going to mention 2 results from filter theory of IL algebra. First one is about quotient algebra. So if we define a binary relation on an IL algebra such that x and y are related if x arrow y and y arrow x is in a filter F, then this relation can be proved to be a congruence relation on an IL algebra. So it will partition the whole IL algebra and we have a quotient algebra denoted by J by F. This J by F with some well-defined operations, because we have to lift the operations from the IL algebra to make it suitable to its quotient algebra. This quotient algebra also becomes an IL algebra. And the next result is about isomorphism theorem for filters. And for this we have the definitions for homomorphism and kernel of IL algebras. If we see the definition of kernel, so this definition of kernel will coincide with our usual definition of kernel as we know of if we take that top is equal to 1 in an IL algebra, because then that h of x will be equal to 1, 1 will be the greatest element there. And as usual, if we have a homomorphism H from J1 to J2 to IL algebras, then kernel of H is a filter of J1. And if that homomorphism is surjective, then we can have our usual isomorphism theorem that this quotient IL algebra J1 by kernel H is isomorphic to J2. So I'm going to mention another result from homomorphism of IL algebra, because this result will be used in a result from fuzzy filter. So if we define a mapping from J to J by F such that X is taken to its class, then this homomorphism is a surjective homomorphism. And by using this, we can prove J is isomorphic to J by A. What is this A? A is the set that contains all elements greater than or equal to 1. So A is the part between 1 and T, and A is the smallest filter for any IL algebra possible. Right? Now let's move to the fuzzy filter part. So as fuzzification does, definition of this concept of fuzzy filter generalizes the concept of filter in these lattice structures. And for the definition for fuzzy filter on IL algebra, it uses a fuzzy set. Let xi be a fuzzy set on an IL algebra. Then xi can be written as a function from J to 0, 1 closed interval. This fuzzy set xi will be called a fuzzy filter if every level subset xi t is either an empty set or a filter of this IL algebra. What is this level subset? That contains all elements x for which membership gets xi of x is greater than or equal to t. So this is the definition for fuzzy filter. So as there are various types of filters, we can also have various types of fuzzy filters. For example, a fuzzy filter xi will be called a fuzzy prime filter of the first kind if every level subset xi t is an empty set or a prime filter of the first kind. So where does this first kind come from? So in case of BL algebra, for example, there is this one single definition of prime filter available, and there are two other forms that are all equivalent to one another. But as BL algebra is a restricted structure than an IL algebra, we have here three kinds of prime filters. They are not equivalent to one another, and we have some relationships between them. And similarly, we can have the definition for fuzzy prime filter of first kind, second kind, and third kind. So we have established some characterization theorem for fuzzy filter and fuzzy prime filters. And I'm going to mention one of them. So xi is a fuzzy prime filter of the first kind if and only if xi1 is a prime filter of the first kind. What is this xi1? A level subset where now t is replaced with a specific membership grade xi of 1. Right? Why this is important? We'll see in the next slides. So now that we have a fuzzy filter, we can define its coset by an element x that is denoted by xi to the power x and defined by these functions. Okay? Now, two cosets, xi to the power x and xi to the power y, will be equal if x and y are related by that exact same binary relation that was defined in the filter theory of IL algebra. That is, x arrow y and y arrow x must be in a filter of an IL algebra. That filter turns out to be xi1 here. And as this is an equivalence relation, it will again partition the whole IL algebra, and this quotient algebra is denoted by j by xi. And similarly, as we have seen in the filter theory, this j by xi with some well-defined operations, it also becomes an IL algebra. And now if we have a mapping from j to this j by xi such that x is taken to its coset, then this mapping is obviously surjective homomorphism as we have seen before. And kernel of this homomorphism also becomes this particular filter xi1. And now we can have the isomorphism theorem for fuzzy filters that says j by xi is isomorphic to j by xi of xi1. So these isomorphism theorems always help to deal with an algebra a little better. And for the next theorem, we have to remember two things. One, J is isomorphic to J by A. A is the part between 1 and T and is the smallest filter for any IL algebra. And the second thing is, as fuzzy filter generalizes filter, we can have a simple result that says a set is a filter if and only if characteristic function of that set is a fuzzy filter. So as capital A, that set is a filter, characteristic function of A is a fuzzy filter. And if we combine these two things, we can have this theorem that says for any IL algebra J, there is at least one fuzzy filter xi for which J is isomorphic to J by xi. And in the proof, we can take that xi as characteristic function of A. And now to the second part, topology. So obviously there can be many ways to define a topology on an algebraic structure, here IL algebra. But we have used a specific collection of filters that is called a system of filters. So what is a system of filters? A collection of filters Fi is system if the collection is indexed by an upward directed set and if this condition satisfies. I less than equal to J implies Fj subset of Fi. Now that we have a specific collection of filters, we can quotient this IL algebra J by every filter of this system, and the set that contains all such classes is denoted by beta here and is a base for a topology on an IL algebra. So any topological space on an IL algebra where all the operations are continuous is called topological IL algebra. And in this topological space that is induced by a system of filters is a topological IL algebra. So this concept of topological MV algebra was introduced by Hu in 1997. And then there have been many works on topological BL algebra, reciprocated lattice, etc. So our work about topological IL algebra is a generalization of their work. And I think it is a common tendency in mathematics to check whether the available results on a restricted structures are still available on a more general structure. And if not, then try to make it suitable for them. And in the process, we have achieved some results about connectedness and completeness of this topological IL algebra. So I'm going to finish it by mentioning one last result. So any filter is called an affine filter if tier 1, that element, is in that filter. And if we quotient an IL algebra by any affine filter, it will become a reciprocated lattice. Okay? So basically, in case of reciprocated lattice, BL algebra, MV algebra, etc., all filters are affine filters. So when they use their system of filters to try to induce a topology on their structures, they will always end up with a specific kind of topology that is called linear topology. But in our cases, we have the result that says Fi is a system of affine filters if and only if the topology induced by this system is a linear topology. And now our work is directed to this field of supratopology, a concept from 1983 that generalizes the notion of topology. Because in their definition of supratopology, they do not assume that open sets have to be closed under finite intersection. So the closed under finite intersection part from the definition of topology is removed for their definition. And we are now trying to understand the relationship between topological IL algebra and supratopological IL algebra. So if anyone has any suggestion, feedback, please let us know how we can proceed from here to understand this IL algebra better in terms of topology and etc. And more importantly, how we can use these results on IL algebra to connect to its logical counterpart a little better. So these are some references that I have used. And yes, thank you Calcutta Logic Circle and RKMRC for organizing this conference. So thank you.
Question or comments?
Already you have mentioned that in your conclusion. Have you made any progress in the direction of making some connection between this thing and logic?
No, nothing new.
Filters are very much important things. I mean.
No, the logical part has not been done any progress in yet.
The other question is, why call you fuzzy? I mean, not you. I mean, it has already been called fuzzy. Fuzzy filters.
I think that is because of it uses a fuzzy set to define this. The filter defined by a fuzzy set. So I think that is from the word fuzzy came from.
Yeah, okay. Not, I mean, nomenclature is not very satisfactory. That's
No,
what I
I'm
want to say.
saying that the characteristic function, the part that result a set is a filter, if and only if characteristic function of that set is a filter. So if we take any crisp set, not a fuzzy set, and take that characteristic function, and if we replace that 0, 1 set by our 0, 1 closed interval, I think it will be a fuzzy filter. So I think that is the only connection.
Okay.
Okay, let's thank Arundhati once again. Thank you very much. The next talk is an online talk, so just let's wait for a while before we get ready with it. Okay, there is a change in schedule again. Finally, the talk that we've been waiting for whole day, Anirban is here, yeah, to speak to us. Come. You have 30 minutes, right? Yeah.
Hello. Okay. So today I am going to talk regarding various rough implications. So the background of this talk, depending on the rough set theory. So initially rough set theory started in the year 1982. Formally started by Professor Paulak. Okay, so what is the basically rough set? So we are having one non-empty set X, U, and we are having some equivalence relation R. Then we know entire set is being partitioned into distinct equivalence classes. So we are taking X as a subset of U, and the class which are entirely contained in this X is the lower approximation of this set. And the yellow portion and this green portion, that is the class which are having non-empty intersection with this set X, is the upper approximation. Okay, so this is the basically the things. This is the lower approximation and upper approximation of this X. Then the concept of this rough equality means two set X and Y are roughly equal if the lower of X is same as lower of Y and upper of X is same as upper of Y. So here you can see X and Y, these two are non-empty sets of non-empty subset of U. So in the classical set theory, these two sets are not equal, but they are roughly equal because the lower of X is same as lower of Y and the upper of X is same as upper of Y. That's why these two sets X and Y are roughly equal. So now using this concept that we can have again another equivalence relation on the power set of U. Like X and Y are two member of power set of U. So suppose this equivalent relation, we can define that X is related with Y if and only if these two are roughly equal. Then entire set or power set of U has been partitioned again, and every member will be called a rough set. So this is the primary basic notion of this rough set. Okay. So now we are going back again the normal set theory. So this is the power set algebra, that this is a power set and usual union intersection complementation and U the whole set and phi the and the empty set. So we all know that this is going to form one Boolean algebra. If we take the abstraction of this, so we have the definition of the Boolean algebra. Here we took the definition of the Boolean algebra in some other form of the Huntington postulates. So we can prove that this set of axioms is equivalent with the usual known postulate of the Boolean algebra. Why we took that one? So because here you can see the law of excluding middle, this came at the last. If we omit this one, then we have the quasi-Boolean algebra. So later we'll define the notion of the quasi-Boolean algebra. Okay. So but if we take the abstraction of this power set algebra, simply we have the Boolean algebra, and the logic corresponding to this Boolean algebra is classical two-valued logic. So in that Boolean algebra, we can define one arrow operator in this term. So not A or B means the complementation of A union B. Then this implication is going to have this property. So we are mentioning this property, the P property, that A arrow B is 1 if and only if A less equals to B. This property is going to help us to make the completeness theorem of this classical logic with respect to this Boolean algebra. And again, this Boolean algebra having this representation theorem in terms of this due to Stone, that every Boolean algebra is isomorphic to the subdirected product of 2's. Means any Boolean algebra can be viewed as a product of 2's. 2 is the smallest Boolean algebra, just taking two elements 0 and 1. And again, that every Boolean algebra is isomorphic to the field of sets. Then the logic of this well-known classical two-valued logic, and this P property plays an important role to establish the completeness theorem of this Boolean algebra, of this classical logic. Now again, so we are going to start a few rough set algebra. So here this again power set of U and union, intersection, complementation, and we are considering another unary operator, the lower and upper. So this is going to form a topological Boolean algebra. If we take the abstraction, so this is the topological Boolean algebra, and the logic corresponding to this is modal logic S4, and we are having another sound net completion theorem of this. Now again, come back to the rough set theory. So so in this power set algebra, we are going to define two sets are related, roughly equal, if and only if their upper and lower are equal. Then it is going to partition, and an equivalence class of this partition space will be called a rough set. Now we are going to do some algebras on these rough sets. Okay. So this is the approximation space algebra, and here the lattice order is going to define by these two roughs. One rough set is include another rough set if and only if this condition is going to satisfied, and if and only if this is called rough inclusion. Okay. Now, yes. So now in power set algebra, so this is the usual union and intersection, and this is Boolean. But here, this partition space algebra, the union and intersection, not union intersection, these two binary operator are defined like this. You can see this. So using this operation, one can prove that this is not a Boolean, means law of excluding middle is going to lose. Okay. So this is a more general structure is going to come. So this structure is going to be based on quasi-Boolean algebra. Okay. So the reduct is going to be a quasi-Boolean algebra. If you take the abstraction, so this is the quasi-Boolean algebra. You see the law of excluding middle is only missing, and this is the quasi-Boolean algebra. So in general, this law of excluding middle is not going to hold in this quasi-Boolean algebra. Okay. So, and the abstraction of this approximation space algebra is the P-rough algebra. Here you see the axiom R is the approximation, is the abstraction of the rough inclusion. Now with the help of this abstract rough inclusion, we are going to define one implication on this P-rough algebra. Okay. So before that, we can derive some property in this P-rough algebra, like this I1 equals to 1, the S4 property, II equals to IA, CI equals to IA, then I is distributive on the join, then monotonicity, and then this P-rough algebra is also Kleene algebra. Okay. So now this implication can be defined in terms of this in P-rough algebra. Again, this is going to satisfy this property, arrow B is 1 if and only if LS equals to B. And again, this property P for this arrow helps us to obtain this sound and complete theorem for this Piraf logic. Now, observation. So in Piraf algebra, if you observe this axiom R, this is the abstraction of this rough inclusion. And with the help of this rough inclusion, we can construct this arrow, and this arrow is going to satisfy this P property. Now the question is there any other definable arrow operator in Piraf algebra with the property P? Another question is this: is there any alternative rough inclusion in approximation space algebra? The answer of this, both of these questions is affirmative, means yes. Okay, so we can have, so this is the rough inclusion in our approximation space algebra. So now we can have few more approximation like this. Here one set, this two rough set, one rough set is roughly included in another rough set if and only if the lower is included in lower and upper is included in upper. Now we can think in some other way. Here you see the lower is included on the second set and the upper is included on the other set. Okay, so this is the alternative, the rough inclusion. Another one is this: the lower is included on this one and the set is included on the upper one. So this is another kind of inclusion, similar this. So we are having alternative 3 rough inclusion corresponding to the main rough inclusion in the approximation space algebra. Now if you take the abstraction of these 4, so we are having this is the main R property which is present in our Piraf algebra, and these 3 the new abstract rough inclusion we are having. Now using these 3 we can construct 3 more implications. Okay, so first of all, this all these 4 are equivalent in Piraf algebra, and second one is these are the only possible rough approximation in Piraf algebra. If time permits, I will explain why these are the only. Okay, means this is the exhaustive case. So there will be no more rough inclusion in this sense. So now using this abstract approximation, we can define arrow R. Using the abstract approximation H, we can define arrow H. Using this L, we can define arrow L, and using this C, we can define arrow C. Now all these 4 is going to satisfy the P property, means arrow B1 if and only if LS equals to B. That means with the help of all these 4 implications, we can have a sound complete logic. Now you see, this is a Boolean, then this is the abstraction, the lattice order like this. The Boolean arrow is like this, which is going to satisfy the P property. See, this is the main usual rough approximation, which is in primarily present in the approximation space algebra. This is the abstraction, this is the arrow. Similar, these 3 are the new one. Okay, all arrows going to satisfy the P property. So means we are going to have the another more 3 kind of implicated operator and more 3 logics corresponding to this Piraf algebra. Now here this R, H, L, C, this property are equivalent in Piraf algebra, but these implications are not same in this Piraf algebra. So we are having 4 different implication operator which are possessing this P property, but in Piraf algebra. So this is an example with this lattice structure, with this IC operator and negation operator. These are arrow table of R, L, H, C, and we can see that all these 4 implications are different. And this is the relation between these 4 implications. So like this is the top one, this is the least one, and these 2 are non-compatible. Okay. Now again, further we will go to move to the resolution property with respect to all these 4 implications. Okay, see, with respect to this implication R, all these 4 properties are going to hold. Sorry, or the first one and last one is going to hold, and these two are not going to hold. With respect to arrow L, first these three are going to hold, these are not going to hold. With respect to arrow H, all are going to hold. So if this 4 property is going to hold, then this arrow H is going to satisfy the restitution property. Okay? And you see this C is also behaving like arrow R. But next, here this is the main restitution property, and this is the restitution type 1 means the forward one, and restitution type 2 is the backward one. Okay? So with respect to arrow R, the restitution type 2, the backward one, is going to satisfy. With respect to arrow L, the forward restitution is going to satisfy. And with respect to arrow H, the full restitution property is going to satisfy. And with respect to arrow C, so neither forward or nor backward restitution property is going to satisfy. But you see, this arrow R is and arrow C is behaving like same. Okay, but arrow R possessing the backward restitution property, but arrow C means doesn't possess any type of restitution property. And again, if you look at this picture, you see arrow H is satisfied both type 1 and type 2 restitution property. Arrow C does not satisfy neither type 1 neither type 2, and arrow L is going to satisfy the forward one, and arrow R is going to satisfy the backward restitution property. Okay? So since arrow H is going to satisfy this full restitution property, so we can conclude that this PDF algebra is a heading algebra with respect to this arrow H. And the approximation space algebra with respect to this, we can say this new kind of approximation again can be viewed like a heading algebra. And there are 4 Hilbert type logic corresponding to this PDF algebra, because these 4 implications are different, and we are having the completeness theorem of each and every case. And now there is an interesting property that in PDF algebra we can see how much time I have? 10 minutes, okay. In PDF algebra we can see yes, you see this is the quasi-Boolean algebra. What is the quasi-Boolean algebra? This. What is quasi-Boolean algebra? It's the bounded distributed lattice, means all the identities are equational, and these two are equational, so quasi-Boolean algebra is also equational. Then in PDF algebra all are equational except this R. You can write this equational because this is the lattice ordering, except this R. So now this arrow R yes, arrow R is going to satisfy the backward restitution, means this type 2. With the help of this, we can show this arrow R can be replaced or equivalently converted to the equational identity. So this is the equational identity, this one. R can be replaced by this. So with the help of this, we can show this PDF algebra can be written, should be written all by all these equational identities. Means all these axioms of PDF algebra are equational. So the class of PDF algebra is going to form a variety. Okay? Thank you. For logics, I didn't show here. Yeah. This we have already mentioned the PDF logic with respect to arrow R. Okay, then means like that. In similar way, we can construct the another 3 different logics. Okay, and if you see the algebraically, this arrow R is going to satisfy the backward direction of distribution. So that means whenever you will be going to the logical part, so that backward distribution will be coming like a rule. And whenever you will be going to consider the logic with respect to arrow L, then forward distribution will be going to come like a rule in the logic part. And whenever you will consider the arrow C, so neither part of distribution is going to be satisfied, so there will be no that kind of rule will be derived. Okay. So here an arrow H satisfying the full distribution, so both the distribution type 1 and type 2 corresponding that kind of rule can be derived in the logic. So in that sense, we are having this 4 different kind of logic with respect to these 4 implications, different implications. So the main motivation was from the approximation space algebra, we are having one rough inclusion. So here we are having, now we are having another 3 alternative inclusions, and all this respect to these inclusions, we are having 4 different implication operators. Now then further we can study this this in more weaker structure of this Piraf algebra. So that is our future work. Okay, thank you. Any question?
In the language of the logic, we have both the implication, the usual one and this implication as well, or we have only this implication, not the usual one?
No, only one implication, one at a time.
So negation is there?
Yes.
Conjunct or disjunct is there? Then the second one is already there.
But second one is there, but whenever you are going to consider the logic, okay, so we are going to stick with the one implication.
No, but once we take negation and disjunct or conjunct,
yes, means in algebra you can have these 4. Okay, but whenever you are write down the postulates of the logic, so we'll be using only one implication.
No, what I mean is that, is it possible, what will happen if I take, say, only negation and this implication, conjunct, disjunct, arrow, nothing else? Can we have axiomatization in this case?
Means what arrow?
The arrow what you have defined and negation, that's all. No conjunct, disjunct or arrow, I mean propositional arrow, what we usually do. These are not there.
No, what are the basic symbols?
Negation and this arrow. What you have defined? One of these, yes. One of these 4. Because if we take conjunct arrows, and it means we are having both the
no, whenever you are taking the arrow, so within that arrow, this conjunct disjunct should be there, na?
No, this is what my question is. In the language, we have only negation and one of these implication, what you have defined, that's all.
Then you are considering this conjunct disjunct, because this arrow is going to possess the P property. From that, this conjunct.
From this arrow, the conjunct we define, it will be is going to be. Okay, you require conjunct and disjunct to define.
Define this.
So it means it is compulsion to keep both the arrow, the standard one and this one. Without the standard one, we cannot.
No,
move.
Means?
This arrow is fine. We also usually have one arrow, na, standard one.
No standard arrow.
But negation and disjunct or conjunct, then it is there, na? In the language of the logic.
So
it
why
is defined, it can be defined. Na?
What is the meaning of standard arrow?
The usual one. Negation, alpha or beta.
No, that is a Boolean one. This is not Boolean based.
This is what I am asking.
No, that means Boolean arrow is not there here, because this algebra is the quasi-Boolean base. Law of excludability is not there, so that's why that alpha arrow alpha is not going to satisfy here.
Okay, we will discuss. Yes.
Why Piraf algebra is 3-valued? Piraf logic rather. Piraf logic is 3-valued. You mentioned the 3-valued after defining Piraf logic.
That you can say this PDF algebra is equivalent to this three-valued Lucas-Lubitsch algebra. So that's what this three-valued. I didn't mention.
No. Okay, one of them, which one? Now I'm confused with all the suffixes. So one of them is motivated by the rough inclusion, right?
No, all three, all four.
No, so I'm just curious that if you go back to the rough set primary, I mean just the set theory base of rough sets. So like rough inclusion we can understand in the standard way, right? So if you go back to rough set theory, how will you differentiate between these four arrows there? Are you understanding my question?
Yeah, here. This is the usual one.
Yes, that's right. So now X arrow R, that R1 came from that, right?
Yes.
So now what about the others? So how do you differentiate between them in rough set theoretic language?
This is X lower contained in Y lower, but here X lower is contained in Y.
Yeah, okay. So that was my question. So just like for rough inclusion, we have some very natural properties, how it relates to or extends to rough equality. So for these other cases, it may be good to explore some set theoretic properties to get some more intuition into why you would want to call these implications apart from the syntactic points that you are making. It may be a good thing from the rough set theoretic point of view. You get? And there is one more thing which Akhil and I had done, which was the information system algebras. So your use of the term approximation space algebra actually rang a bell. Something called approximation closure algebras. That was done by Comer. Yeah, so that was based on information systems rather than approximation spaces. So I mean that has a similar beginning. See, so it may be worth looking at that also, and what kind of implications are given rise to there. Because there the abstraction goes into cylindric algebras.
Okay.
Just like here you have Boolean, so that may be a good exercise.
So here is not Boolean.
So there it extends to cylindric algebras. Okay, so you can check that. Okay, thanks.
Any other question?
Okay, let's thank Anirban again. And
Thank you.
thank you. So please stand by. We still don't have information about the final online talk. Just give us a few more minutes before we can make contact with the speaker.
Okay, so I have received a message from the speaker saying that he has been waiting for the last 30 minutes. 30 minutes. He has been waiting to get into the call for the last 30 minutes, waiting for permission. So, and he sent me a print screen with his picture, waiting for permission to join the conference.
Hello, how are you?
Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm so sorry, we are facing some technical difficulties throughout the day.
Yes, I think so. There's no problem on your side. I think that there is a problem of the system. So I have been waiting for 50 minutes, so I was on time. Don't think that I was late.
We know, and we think likewise that the problem is on our side.
No, I don't think so. Okay, so what is the solution? We resign because it is out of the time, so...
No, would you be willing to give your talk now?
I can give my talk now if you want.
That would be fantastic. We are waiting to hear you.
Okay, so one moment, I will change my headphones, okay?
Sure.
Okay, let me... Oh, may you say something?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead. It's your virtual floor now.
Okay, one moment. Okay, so now I would like to share my presentation. So, let me... One moment. Okay. This is my presentation, my slides. I hope that you can see it. Yes, can you see the presentation?
We can see the presentation. You might just want to make it full screen.
Okay, I will do this. So, I'm starting view full screen mode. Better? Yes, okay, so I'm starting. The title of my presentation is Minimal Change Strategy in Contra-Classical Logic, the case of connective logic. I will try to speak quite shortly. Give me 25 minutes. I will try to summarize the main facts. The presentation is about the problem of constructing non-classical logics in comparison to classical propositional logic, because as you know, most of the non-classical systems, subclassical as well as contra-classical, are usually, if not always, constructed in reference to classical logic. That's why they are called non-classical logics. In my presentation, I will propose some typology of non-classical logics. In this typology, classical logic plays the role of the sun. So the rest of logical systems are just parts of the solar system. They are either closer or farther from the sun from classical logic. I will talk about minimal change strategy. This is some kind of special kind of instance of Occam razor. This is about how to change classical logic to get the results you would like to have, at the same time not to change more that is needed to be changed. And finally, I will analyze the case of connective logic and the relationship between connective logic and minimal change strategy.
BSL, this is the abbreviation for Boolean connective logic, which is some sort of connective logic. First, CPL, language and thesis. The language of classical propositional logic, we have here variables, negation, conjunction, disjunction, and arrow. The set of formulas we denote by 4. The set of all theses of classical propositional logic will be denoted as CPL. So we understand logic in this presentation as a set of formulas, subset of 4. Of course, CPL is just a proper subset of 4. The set CPL can be defined in different ways. One of them is just the set of Boolean valuations that reflect the Boolean meaning of the Boolean operators, negation, conjunction, disjunction. Of course, it is good to remind that arrow is not a Boolean operation. This is another operation which is usually introduced by some abbreviation. The meaning of arrow in Boolean in the domain of Boolean valuations is that such that the arrow is true if and only if either the antecedent is false or consequent true. We will use in the presentation another kind of implication, but this is not the constant from the language. This is just abbreviation for negation A or B. A implies B, so this is another implication. This is a real material implication. What I can say more? Typology. Definition. By logic, we have a very liberal approach to logic. By logic, we mean any subset of 4 that is closed under all substitution function. So if a set of formulas is closed under all substitutions, we call it logic. What is non-classical logic? Non-classical logic, L is let L be a logic. L is a non-classical logic if and only if it is different than CPL. What is subclassical logic? Let L be a non-classical logic. L is subclassical logic if and only if, of course, L minus CPL is the empty set. So L doesn't include any formula which is not a classical tautology. Definition: contraclassical logic. What is contraclassical logic? Let L be a non-classical logic. L is called contraclassical logic if and only if L minus CPL is not an empty set. So if we take back all classical theses, in L still there is at least one formula which is not classical thesis. Then we call L contraclassical logic. Origin of non-classical logics. The well-known non-classical logics arise by made of at least, they can be made together, but at least one of the possible moves. The first, removing some theses of CPL. 2, adding some new theses to CPL. Of course, the first step leads to subclassical logics. The second step leads to contraclassical logics. We can, for example, take the principle of exclude middle, take back, remove from CPL, and some additional probably principles closed under some rules, and we this way get some subclassical logic. We can, for example, the second strategy, we can add something to CPL, like the Aristotle law from connexive logic, negation bracket A, arrow negation A. But if you don't want to get the trivialization, we must remove something more from CPL, of course. But these strategies, these moves lead to subclassical or contraclassical logics. Let me say this again. When we talk on non-classical logics, either subclassical or contraclassical, we always assume that CPL is the point of reference. This is because you see subclassical, contraclassical. So the non-classical logics can be treated as planets that revolve around the sun. CPL. They are either closer or farther from the sun. If they are planets, we can try to compare the non-classical logics from the point of view of being closer or farther from the sun. Definition: more classical, less classical. Let L1, L2 be subclassical logics. L1 is more classical than L2 if and only if L2 is included in L1. I think that definition is quite clear. Of course, we can also define the notion of strictly more classical, so the inclusion should be proper. Here it is improper. What about contraclassical logics? Let L1, L2 be contraclassical logics. L1 is more classical than L2. Where? If intersection of L2 and CPL is included in intersection of L1 and CPL. What does it mean? That L1 has more classical thesis than L2. So it is, according to the definition, more classical. In the same situation, we can define strict order. Having the definitions, we can look at the CPL and other non-classical logics as a solar system. Now we have some general picture. Let us go to the methodological issues. Golden methodological principle in science is Occam-Razor principle. It can be summarized. To give explanation of facts, use so many beings in your theory as it is necessary, but not more. Don't produce more beings than that it is needed to explain something. We have a special case of this principle, which is called minimal change strategy. To obtain new things, new theses, change the starting point only as much as it is necessary, but not more. So, if you would like to go from classical logic to some contraclassical logic, and at the same time, of course, you would like to avoid the trivialization, add to classical logic the new thesis you would like to have, but remove not more than it is necessary to avoid trivialization. Creating contraclassical logics within the MCS strategy. We start from CPL, we consider some new principles of non-classical principles, so they are contingent or even countervalid formulas from CPL point of view. For example, A1 to AN, we have some new new formulas, we would like them to be theses. We remove from CPL such formulas that after adding A1, AN, they would provide trivialization with the rules of inference we would like to assume. Now we add A1, AN, and then we get some logic L1 that is a contraclassical logic, since of course, according to our definition, L1 minus CPL includes at least the formulas A1, AN, so it is non-empty set. But the question is if this what we obtain is really an economic move. Let us consider the following situation. We have some formulas again from A1 to AN. They are not CPL tests. Let us compare two contraclassical logics, L1, L2, created by adding two CPL theses, A1, AN, and surely by removing something to avoid the trivialization. Let L1 be more classical than L2. L1 be more classical than L2. So L1 includes more classical theses than L2. However, it still includes A1 to AN. So from the point of view of MCS strategy, L1 is better logic because you applied Occam razor in creating L1. Logic L2 is less classical than L1. Maybe L1, this is still the same L1, is classical enough, but maybe there exists a contraclassical logic L prime one that also includes A1 to AN as thesis, but is more classical than L1. Definitely, always, it can be proven, exists a maximally classical contraclassical logic L that includes the thesis A1, AN, and so it is more classical than L2, L1, and L prime 1. Of course, I mean here not strict a proper inclusion, but improper because this logic can be just L prime 1. L is included in the set of the best contraclassical logics that include A1 till AN as theses. Because L is contraclassical only as far as it is necessary, but not more. This is the idea, to be close to the sun, but not to be a sun. Now the case of connexive logic. As you can see, these are the theses characteristic for connexive logic, and connexive logic should contain theses. They of course I use schemas, not formulas, schemas of formulas, but because we work in the sets closed under substitution functions, so they don't need to be explained by me because many people, most of us, maybe all of us, the connexive logic is quite fashionable nowadays, so they are known by the logicians. A1, A2 Aristotelian principles, B1, B2 Bentham principles. They are about negation and implication. What is the smallest connexive logic? The smallest connexive logic, to be honest, is just the sum, the union of all of the subsets. Yes, any schema defines a set of formulas that are special cases, instances of the schema. This is the smallest connexive logic. SCL. You just take all of the formulas and nothing more. But of course, it is quite disappointing. Let us close SCL under modus ponens. Then we get something more. This is SCL prime. It contains, for example, such a formula, which makes SCL prime properly bigger as superset. A proper superset of SCL. SCL prime is a proper superset of SCL. But still, SCL and as well as SCL prime are very far from CPL. So in this method, I got the connective logic, but the logic is disappointing. I lost all of possible classical principles. I got the connective logic, but I would like to have such a logic. No, I'd like to have connective principles, but at the same, all possible classical principles that together with those connective laws do not lead to trivialization. So I would like to play minimal change strategy. One move towards a CPL was done by defining Boolean connective logics, BCL. This is the abbreviation BCL. Different strategies were taken. There's time to talk about them extensively. We will be here talking about the first point, relating semantics strategy, proposed by me and Jacek Malinowski. Relating semantics, the idea. Semantics, to talk about semantics, because semantics makes when we talk about logical constants, because semantics is always related to the interpretation of constants. Of course, also to variables, but constants, logical constants play a special role. So, relating semantics from the view of connectives, relating connectives. The basic idea behind relating connectives is that the logical value of a given complex propositions is the result of two things. Not only of the result of logical values of the main components of this complex proposition, which takes place in the valuation semantics, or even possible word semantics, because we assign values, logical values to atomic sentences in some contexts, words, and from this we determine the value of the complex sentence. Additional point is associated to relating semantics. Evaluation of the relation between these components. So not only values of logical values of the logical values of simple sentences, but also the value of the connection between simple sentences. This is a real intentional approach to this problem. In relating semantics, we have a lot of interesting theoretical problems. So this is a let me see. This is each area of interesting problems. The problems are specific for the domain, but not only. Many of them is related to other approaches to semantic. Let me say view on logical systems. Let me omit this because we have not much time. If anybody is interested, there's a lot of papers material can be studied. A simple model, the simple model of relating semantics. We have a language, we defined it at the beginning of our presentation, a simple model. Look, we have evaluation. This is an ordered pair. The first is just evaluation of variables. We are in a classical, let me say, classical paradigm that we have two values, 0, 1. But the second component is relation. Relation defined on Cartesian product of formulas. The relation in a model says that two formulas are somehow related. If two formulas are not in the relation, from the point of view of model, they are not related. Not related. The nature of relation can be philosophically or technically differently interpreted. For example, temporal, causal, content-related, any kind you can think, can be any kind of relation you can think can be incorporated in these models. But of course, it must result in some formal properties you impose on the relations, like in possible word semantics when we impose some constraints on accessibility relation. Here, also, the way the aim, the purpose of application of our models, even these simple models, is usually associated with some list of properties that we impose on models. As I said, this is a very simple model. This is a mono-relating model. We have one valuation, one relation. We can have more relations. Then we work in the domain of multi-relating logics. We can combine this with possible words and any kind of other semantics, adding additional relations or more general valuations, because relation can be understood as a characteristic function. So this is a valuation of some n-tuple that gives 1 or 0. But the way we can evaluate connections between sentences can be more subtle and gradable or something like that. So we have here very simple models. Model, valuation, relation, interpretation in a model, in our language. As you can see, we treat variables in a standard way. We treat negation, conjunction, disjunction classically in the standard way. But the difference is in the case of implication. In a model, implication is true if and only if two conditions must be satisfied. First is classical one, antecedent false or consequent true, and additionally, B must be related to C. B implies C, B related to C. Related, this is the relation in the model. The logics determined by the above conditions are called Boolean logics with relating implication. Truth in relations, we have two levels of evaluation. This is similar to possible word semantics. We can evaluate formulas in relation, in pure relation. Formula is true in a relation if for all valuations. So in all models that based on R is true. But we can say the same about so a formula can be true in a model, can be true in a relation. In a relation is true if in all valuations, preserving relation, keeping the relation, in all models based on the relation is true. Another notion, R be a set, let R be a set of relations. We say that formula is true in a set of relations, of course, if for all relations included in this bold R is true. There are many interesting relationships between models and relations. They are being intensively explored and studied by our Turing logic group. But now it is less important because on the level of valid formulas, there is no difference between being true in a relation, being true in a model. This is the fact. It says that if we take set of relations and set of models that based on the relations from the set, then they determine exactly the same set of valid formulas. So for our further investigations, it doesn't make any difference. Two interesting, important facts. What if we take a look the set of all universal relations? Of course, the set of all universal relations is a singleton, because we have on this domain 4 exactly one universal relation. So R bold R is just a singleton. In such set, A is valid if and only A is classical thesis. Yes, a classical thesis. So universal relation with our models and with the under this interpretation, universal relation makes a collapse to classical logic. On the other way around, what if we take empty set of relations? Not empty relation, but empty set of relations. So bold is a set of relations, it is empty. Then what? A is true in this set, if and only if A is just formula. So empty set of relations leads to trivialization. So we are between CPL and what? And the whole set, if we consider universal relation and empty set of relations. Now we have Boolean logic with relating implication. One of the family of systems within this area are Boolean connexive logics. Because if we take the models I have been talking about for the last 5 minutes, if we take the models and impose the conditions you can see now, A1, A2, B0, B1, B2, then we get connexive logic. For example, if we take A1 that says that A and non-A in no model are related, we get Aristotle principle 1. Similarly, in the case of A2, B0 and B1 gives us Boethian principle, the first Boethian principle. B2 and B0 together, they give Boethian principle 2. So, imposing these conditions, by imposing these conditions, we get connexive logic. Somebody can ask, what about this relation? What is this relation? That's an interesting question, but this is a philosophical rather question, rather philosophical than logical, because we just offer some formal and abstract tool to model the logical systems towards the expectations of people. If you can explain what is the implication in the connexive principles, the same explanation you can give here when we talk about the relation. The relation can be, in this context, even can be read even as being connected. Yes, connected as connexive. So having the conditions imposed on models, we define the set of all relations that satisfy the conditions. So R bold R with con, superscript con, is the set of all relations that satisfy A1, A2, B0, B1, B2. The set determines the connexive logic. In these relations, in these relations, all connexive principles are valid formulas. Moreover, look, this is important. Also, for all classical thesis, if the main connective of A is not arrow, then they are also valid formulas of R-con. So look, we removed all CPL thesis with the main connective arrow, but we have preserved the rest of the CPL thesis. So the logic is connexive. As you can see, all connexive principles are valid formulas, but also Boolean for Boolean operators, because negation, conjunction, disjunction behave in the classical way. The logic defined by the models based on R-con is the smallest BCL. It is quite Boolean, but probably you would like to have more Boolean, more classical logic, and this is what we would like to do in a moment. BCL was determined semantically, but some axiomatization of this smallest system was also given by my colleague. These are axioms. A0, any substitution of a classical tautology in the language without arrow. And because arrow is not a Boolean operator, we make some new interpretation of implication in our models. Of course, A1 to B2, connexive principles, additional principle imp, so that A arrow B implies A implies B. Let me remind that this sign is just abbreviation for negation A disjunction B. So this abbreviation. Yes, in a language we have only one arrow and one implication. This is a real implication. So this axiom says that if A implies B, no, it is not that A implies B, or it is not that A or B. This is the axiom. And we have one rule of proving disjunctive syllogism A and negation A or B. You can conclude B. Of course, having this, we can also prove, this is a secondary rule, the modus ponens for arrow. If you take imp and disjunctive syllogism, you have also standard modus ponens for arrow. This is the axiomatization of the smallest BCL. Now, the last point of my presentation, the smallest BCL is a connexive logic. Yes, that's true. The logic is maximally classical in the fragment of language, negation, disjunction, conjunction, disjunction. Yes, that's true. So it is very close to classical logic. But thus MCS has been strongly applied here, but not fully. Yes. We don't have, in fact, we have no principles, classical principles for arrow. Not for this abbreviation, but for arrow. For arrow, we don't have even one classical principle. MCS in application to BCL could be summed up by the following aphorism. What is Boolean remains Boolean. What is not Boolean becomes connexive. The idea is now to go more classical. From the smallest BCL, which is quite classical, to more classical BCL, and finally to maximally classical BCL. Maybe there are more maximally classical BCLs, but maybe there exists, we don't know this, the biggest maximal BCL, but maybe there are more. The example is like this. Look, now we take universal relation, and we weaken it to a relation R max. R max is given by the following definition. R max is a maximal subset of universal relation that satisfies the following conditions. It doesn't contain a pair characteristic for Aristotelian principles. If the pair A B belongs to a max, then pair A non-B doesn't belong to a max. And of course, the pairs characteristic for the main implication in Boetian principles also belong to R max. So this is a relation which was maximized, the Boolean relation from R con taken, but maximized. The set of all R max relations, of course there are more than only one ways of maximization, is denoted by R max. The question: if R max defines the maximally classical, so maximally classical connective logic. Unfortunately not. R max is not empty, which is of course important, because if R max is empty, it gives a trivial logic. Trivial logic is the biggest CPL classical logic, but of course we are not interested in the set of all formulas. So non-emptiness is an important thing. Of course, max A1, A2, B1, B2 connective principles are valid formulas in a max. A max determines the strictly more classical BCL than R con, so the set that determines the smallest BCL logic. So we have more classical principles. Of course, the same for negation, conjunction, disjunction, but some new for implication we get. But unfortunately, the hypothesis is that R max does not determine the maximally classical connective logic. We can go more classical. And this is the challenge. Define the set of relations R that determines the maximally classical and of course non-trivial connective logic. And the hypothesis, the latter definition, is a good starting point to find a wanted set. I don't have the answer how to define the maximally classical Boolean connective logic. However, I am sure that at least one such a logic exists. Even possibly exactly one, maybe more. And this is my presentation. I talked about minimal change strategy, about classical logic and getting closer or farther from classical logic. The main idea was that if you start to form some contra-classical logic, please define your principles, please add them to the classical logic. To avoid trivialization, you must remove something, but remove only as many theses as it is necessary, not more. So, in other words, just control what you are doing. This is the minimal change strategy. Thank you for your presence. Sorry for the fact that I was late. These are my main ideas I wanted to present.
Thank you, Thomas, for the talk.
Yeah.
Any questions? Okay, so Thomas, here's the message for you from the audience, that there are lots of questions.
Lots of questions, unfortunately.
But since it's the end of the day and we are running over time today,
Yes, surely.
people are tired, probably, people here would like to have a conversation with you in person in future, absolutely, and also see the paper and then write to you.
Okay, if anybody wants, please contact me. I can send the presentation. You can study it. If you find it interesting, don't hesitate to write email with question or start a cooperation with our group. We are very happy. To be honest, I have been to Calcutta. I participated in the Paraconsistency Congress a few years ago. Maybe some of you remember this event. So this is my second time I was giving a talk in Calcutta.
Thomas, here's a direct question for you.
No, it's
Yes,
not
okay.
a question. Actually, I like the basic idea. I am Chakravarti. I like
Oh, thank you.
basic idea, but since, as I said earlier, that it is the end of the day, I am feeling extremely tired, and so I cannot pose the concrete questions right now. So I would like to receive the text, that is the presentation or some of your papers. Please actually send it to me, or it can be sent to Shanko, and he can just hand it over to me. Is that okay?
Sure. Yes, of course. Surely. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's thank the speaker again.
So thank you very much. There's another question? No.
No, there are no further questions. But
Thank you.
Yeah, do send your paper and your presentation over.
Surely.
Thank you so much.
So have a good evening.
Yeah,
Good evening. I have just, the sun is very hot here, and I am at the village and countryside. As you can see, I must change the position because the sun directly at my face gives a lot of warmth. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so that's the end of today's proceedings. Connexive is the word, so Hitoshi will start with connexive logics again tomorrow morning.